guys, it's Tuesday. I'm here. Only 33 minutes later than my stream schedule. I really should just change it and be like, hey, I stream from 8. And just be like, surprise, I'm half an hour early. Yay. So, hi, hope everyone's having a good week. For me, it's Tuesday here in Australia. I know for the Northern Hemisphere, it's probably closer to a Monday. Reminds me. You couldn't see my bee. Remove that. I like when people are like, hey, bee. I'm like, yeah, bee. So there's my bee. Hope you guys are all doing well. So today we're gonna be doing Stardew Valley. I was debating up until probably a couple hours ago, like, which game am I gonna stream? Now, normally I'd like plan it out, so it was like, I have a thing where I write down what I'm gonna stream on each given day. Not this week. This week my brain was all over the place, because I was like, you know, stressed with work and uni, starting up, and like, fun story, I got something fun. I'm gonna tell you about it. I'm very excited. I spent all day yesterday using this thing. I can't even talk about how much time I spent on this thing. It was insane. It's so good. Even if the results are like probably in between. Hey, Fragilities, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Bear Cave. Hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, I recently got this cool art pad. It's with the small one. It's this. I got it I ordered it. It was more expensive than I probably should have spent money on, but it wasn't that expensive, and I'm so happy I got it, because I can draw my own sub badges and emotes now, which, albeit they're like semi-average, I think, but you know, you don't know until you try. And I thought, hey, why not give it a go, make some personalized emotes, and make some personalized badges, because everyone can buy them online. And albeit there's some amazing artists out there. There's some crazy, fantastic artists, and I love their work. I love seeing them. I've been casually admiring them all for the past couple of weeks, couple of months. And I became an affiliate, and I was like, oh, I can finally make them. And I was just like, how do I do that? And I looked up how much they were, and they're priced for what they are. So they're about $100 I think, for 6, 150 to 180 depending on who you are doing, the price. I know some of them it's more money if it's a full body emote versus just the face part. It's fine. It's all interesting, and I've been enjoying looking into it all. My emotes are let's go with, they leave us a tiny bit to be desired, I think, but they're good starter for my first time making any. I think that they're much better than where they started out. I spent 8 hours maybe figuring out how to make them, watching tutorials, and I'm I gotta be kind to myself with this. There's someone I follow, and she's an amazing artist. Absolutely fantastic. But I remember seeing her work a year ago versus her work now. Such an improvement. She's grown as an artist, grown as a creator, and I'm it is totally possible with practice and time to get better. So I gotta give myself a little bit of slack and just be okay with it. So I've made one, a total of 1, and I've put it up to be pending. I need to make another 5, because I have to make 3-bit emotes and 2 other sub ones for tier 2 and 3. Now I'm the only person who can fully use all 3 of them at the moment, but you know, it's worth making. What would I want to be emotes for this channel? Now I'm debating making a gnome. Anyone who doesn't know, I love gnomes. I especially love gnomes in Animal Crossing. I may or may not have gotten a little bit obsessed with like placing gnomes in that game. I have 48 gnomes on my island. 48. Now, we're playing Stardew Valley today. Because I was like, I want to get to a bit more variety, because even though I love Animal Crossing and I like doing dream addresses and decorating, I love the game. I think it's more of a game I want to keep it to only streaming like twice a week, I think. So if I do like a Wednesday or Thursday stream and then I do a stream on like the weekend, I'm streaming it twice a week. Doing one is like dream addresses and the other one is like decorating, or like split it across, do a bit of both. Either way, don't want to make every single one of my streams Animal Crossing as much as I love the game, and like I truly do love the game. So instead, I'm doing some like other games, and one of them that I played a while back when I just started streaming was Stardew Valley, and I made this save file. I made this one back in like, I'm gonna go March, and then I got really stressed out with uni, and I took a pause. I was like, time out, gotta take a break. I gotta do my final exams. And then I didn't pick up again after my final exams. My final exams were like 3 weeks. And I was just like, haha, I'm not gonna pick up after the final exams. Hey, Karibo, glad you're claiming the first. And so the exams happened, and I was like, oh no. I don't need to worry about that. Tee-hee. You know? Who needs that? But I was just like, you know what? It's gotta be done. I'm gonna fix the problem. Let's see. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, so like I was gonna fix the problem, and I started streaming again in like June, and I've been enjoying getting back into it and really like throwing myself back into it and making things for the channel and like getting interested. Like someday I might try and make myself overlays, because as much as I like this one, it's a very nice overlay. I think that if I can, I want to try and make one that's a little more personalized to me. Eventually, I'm looking up how to do overlays and doing research into it. See, I'm just giving myself more work, essentially. I'm just like, you work all day, you do a job that you hate, and then you like come home and you give yourself more work, but this work you actually gives you joy. So that's where the difference is. The other one, the only thing is this one doesn't pay and the other one does. So I gotta do the one that pays to do the one that I love. Plus I'm still a uni student for like the next year. To be fair though, I'm not sure if my job is even gonna exist. My like main job is gonna even exist next year for reasons, but we'll find out when we get there and if I decide to keep it or not. Cause I have no idea. We're gonna find out. It's all gonna be a moment of discovery once 2022 hits. 2021 is all we have right now. So I have to focus on like uni and streaming and work. And you know, I have limited time, but it's okay because I enjoy all the time that I have doing all the things that I enjoy. So I'm kind of rambling. I know that I'm rambling, but regardless, I wanted to like share that I had this thing. So this is it here. Look at how pretty it is. I'm glad that I went with the green. So fun story. There's several colors of this. I know Karibo has one that's pink, but there's a solid black one. I was looking at it originally because I was like, I wear all black. Why shouldn't my tablet be all black? And then I saw that there's a $20 price difference between this one and the other one because apparently for some ungodly reason, the color black is worth $20. So it was just like, haha, no. I'm not paying 20 bucks for like this but full black. Wouldn't you think it'd be the other way around? The color, the color should be the more expensive one, like than the one that's all. I have no idea what the thing is with like. So for instance, you'll have Apple products and they're like exactly the same, Like, exactly, specs, everything, but the color is different. And as a result, one of them is like $100 more. And you're like, why? You're just like, but why? Why are you more expensive? Regardless, I got this one, and I actually really like the green. It's a really nice color, and I love this tablet so much. But I spent most of today, like, in a panic because I couldn't find this pencil. You're like, why is that such a big deal? Okay, so I've been getting into art again, obviously with this tablet and drawing, and I've been enjoying it. You know? I like making this... covering up this one because this one's ugly. I'm making up stuff like this. Now this isn't the emote, but it's in the running. I'm working on this one. And so like I'm enjoying the moment of art. It de-stresses me. I do it on the train, like to work, and I do it on the train home, and I'll do it on my breaks at work. And it calms me because my work stresses me out. And makes me unhappy. So I do this. And it brings me some like greater joy. So losing my pencil today, like this is a pacer. A pacer is just like lead comes out the top. If you can see that. Yeah, you can't see that, but like lead comes out the top. I was surprised how many people like didn't know this was a thing, that there was like this thing you could just put lead in it. And like I met someone like, what's a pacer? I was like, you don't know what a pacer is? I know it's called like a mechanical pencil, mecha pen, but they like didn't. Yeah, what do you mean what's a pacer question mark? This is what I call it, a pacer. You know, like it's a fine, maybe. Yeah, I met someone and they didn't know what it was, and they're just like, what? I was like, yeah, this thing. And they're like, I've never seen one of those before, because in the US, like when I was there, they had these things where you could like replace the top, and it was like a pencil, and they use like pencils with stuff, but it wasn't common to use these things. I didn't get one of any of these until I moved here to Australia. And most of the reason I got them was because I had friends who were like Asian, and all of them used these things. And they're like, hey, and they got me some for like presents, and I was like, oh my god, this thing is so cool. And like I got more of them when I lived here, and I'm like, it's common here like for people to have these things. Apparently it's not common. It like maybe it just was where I grew up. Maybe other places in the US have them. Who knows? Regardless, I got this. Anywho. So this thing here is my pride and joy at the moment, because it's what gives me greater like comfort drawing. And like, so I just freaked out. I essentially like freaked out like all the day that I realized I didn't have it. Once I realized I didn't have this, I freaked out. And I was just like, oh my god, what do I do? The store where I bought it, like, I could have gone to check them out, but I wanted to see if I had it at home first. And I was like, let's pray it's at home. And I know it's a very simple one. Very simple. And that I do actually have others. So in the event that I lost this one, I could in fact find another in my house. It's not this greater disaster. I'm not really sad, but I just attached this one specifically with like my current like coming back into creativity that I've been enjoying. So yeah, it was a minor panic attack kind of a moment where I was just like, where is this pencil? Like I searched through my bag, I searched through my backpack, I searched at work to make sure I hadn't left it at work, and I was like, wait, hold up. You used it on the way home from work and at the house while you were setting up this tablet. You have it, okay? It's either in your backpack or it's at home. Now, it wasn't in my backpack. Fun story, it was right here. Like, I took it and I just like put it down over here and then totally forgot about it. So when I left the house, I left it here, and then when I came home, I searched my room next to my bed. I searched all through down here, and then I just sat down after I got my food, because I was like, you gotta sit down and eat something, you have to calm down, okay, stop freaking out. And I look over, and there it is. The bitch was hiding from me in plain sight, because it knows that I have terrible eyesight. That's right. I'm that person that'll like have all this stuff all around and be like, oh my god, where is it? And it's on my face. I'm that person. That's me. So this thing was hiding from me in plain sight because it knew. It knew I would miss it. I don't need glasses. I overlook stuff, okay? I'm not a details person when it comes to like finding things. Okay, I can find like random stuff, but like when I'm looking for something, I can't find it. Who is she? Where is it? I don't know. It's gone. Nice knowing you. Peace. So that's essentially where that ends up. I just realized I hadn't changed the date in my Timmy and Tommy calendar. But yeah, so like end of discussion with that. I eventually found this. I'm very happy with myself. I'm very proud. I found my pen. All it did was take me 4 hours of thinking about my pencil, the entire trip home, and then the panic search at home for me to find it. I didn't waste my day. Cause the thing is, I'm one of these people that like, if I lose something or if I can't find something, I don't think about anything else. Like, I might be here, I might be talking about other stuff. Sure, I'll talk with you about things. You want to talk about the weather? I can talk about the weather. I can talk about random useless junk. I can do it all day. But in my brain, I'm still thinking about my pencil. Or like whatever it is that I like misplaced or lost. I lost something, and I don't know when I lost it or where. I'm still convinced it was stolen. And I still think about it, like just casually every once in a while. Like it rotates in the back of my brain, like, hey, maybe if you looked behind the cabinet again, it might be there. That's what my brain is. That's what my brain sits. It's like, hey Nina, how you doing? I'm alright. I'm just ranting about the fact that I still think about things that I lose like years later, like obsessively just don't forget. I'm like, that thing you lost? Yeah, it's probably in the house, maybe, somewhere, possibly. Why don't you pull everything apart and see if you can find it? Why not? I won't, because I know it's not here. I'm pretty positive it's not here. But in my brain, I'm just like, it might be there. Oh yeah, you mean this thing? This D20 here? Do you like my D&D books? Just over here? I have more D&D books you can't see. It's okay, Kakashi. Ooh, knocking over Kakashi. Woo! Found him. So I have a ton of D&D books. I'm not going to count it. There's too many to count. But essentially, I have basically every D&D book. I do need to check and see that they haven't decided to release more D&D books. Because, you know, like, you'll be like, oh, I own all the D&D books. And then they're just like, surprise, motherfucker. There's another one coming out. And you're like, oh my god. No. Don't do this to me again. I just bought the last one and the collector's edition dice. And like... What? Oh my god, no. I don't have them pre-ordered yet. I have to count them into my budget. That's right, I have a budget. It's a sad moment. You have an unhealthy collection of dice? Oh, you want to talk about dice? Yep. I have 2 of these filled with dice. This one and one over there. It's just like the dice. Yeah, see, part of the problem is my boyfriend briefly, for like, let's go with like a year bit, he worked and like existed in this place that was a comic book shop, and I would go there and be like, hey, how you guys doing? And then at a certain point, like, I get bored, and I'd just be like, oh, look at all the pretty merchandise and collectibles, and they had a thing that was like, here's $1 dice, and I would just like pick up like 21 $1 dices, just like casually, and try and like make sets out of the $1 dice that all matched. Dice Goblin, top of the morning to you. You used to work for a game shop. Do I grab them constantly? Yeah, dice do make me happy. Dice bring me joy. I have some beautiful dice, like glorious dice. I have this huge big one. See, so I briefly considered being a DN, like a dungeon master. I still enjoy D&D and I love the lore and stuff about it, but I had just like, I needed a small break because D&D became a bit of a like, minor hassle to me, for a tiny bit. It wasn't like anything that big happened, but I bought this. I got this one. I was like, you know what this dice is? This is the, hey, there's a big monster and we're rolling your chances whether or not you survive. And I just like roll it in front of him. And I'd be like, hey, cool, you're dead. Nice knowing you. You didn't work anywhere near advice, but you spent a lot of money on handmade ones. Oof. Yeah, I saw this company online that like made dice. And I was just like, and they did dice trays, and I watched some of their videos, and they have a YouTube channel, right? And I found it by someone, I think maybe someone showed me, and I just ended up in like a world of entropy of like seeing all the beautiful handmade dice sets that they got, and all the dice trays they made, and like the cool artwork they put inside them, and I was like, back away, just like heathens. So I just like I had to back away. Go in. Boom. Dice went back in the drawer. You tried DMing but hated it, but you and your best friends are in a nearly 4-year campaign. So I used to play D&D a lot. I played D&D with, there's been 4 different groups I've mainly played with. So there's the first one I did that was throughout like high school. Then I had the one that like, well, not throughout high school, but like in my early uni years, I had a group that I played with that I started with, which was DM'd by my ex. That one I had to leave for a variety of reasons. One of them being he was my ex, and he like was a terrible DM on and off. Then there was the group I ended up with during uni, and we switched people on and off throughout it, including then eventually switching to online because we all lived farther away. Great people, still love them. I think they'll still play D&D together, and I've been put on D&D hiatus inside the chat that they share, but I had to like back off from it. I didn't have the time, I didn't have the mental energy, and I decided to play a character I didn't normally play, and which is fine. Like, it's good to try them all, but it was kind of one where I needed to like devote a little more time to it, and I just wasn't. So, do you know of Dispel Dice? Kickstarter finally came out a week ago after 2 years. Perils of a Kickstarter. They are gorgeous. You'll have to show pictures. You're planning on DMing, just doing world building. Yeah, feel free to like send to me or Karibo like the what you're talking about with the Kickstarter, because it sounds amazing. But yeah, I had like multiple campaigns, and it was just a matter of like, I finally, after, I think it was more than 4 campaigns. It was like 6 or 7 different campaign groups I've been a part of over the years. And this one was the latest one. It was the longest. It was for about 3 years. We've been DMing together since I was in my last degree at Griffith. So it has to have been more than that. It had to have been like, it's probably closer to 4 years, 4.5. But this latest one is only like 2 and a bit years old. And I kind of was unresponsive with them for a little while. Because I was busy like stressing about life and being sad and gloomy. And so they like put me on hiatus, and it's like, it's fair enough. Like, I didn't respond. They didn't know what was going on with me. They just couldn't factor me in anymore into the campaigns because I wasn't there. And I was like, you know what? I get it. Like, I do. I appreciate the fact that like you can't count on me for like numbers. And even when I say I'm gonna be there, half the time when I would come around to, I'd be like, I don't want to be here. And so I'd like either not be present, not participating, like I was not there. Whereas I've played D&D in person, and I've been like totally engaged. I think that's the difference with me. Like, if I'm tired and I'm doing it digitally, I just don't generally like give as much of a shit, because it's the technology. Half the time they're like, hey, so we're gonna do it through this like generated program, like Roll20 or some other program, and I'm just like, oh, this is cool, but like, what about my dice? Like, I want to use my dice. And they're like, no, we're gonna do it this way, and it'll like do all the math for you. And I'm like, half of the fun of this is me rolling my dice and seeing what I can give for myself. And I just like, I didn't want to do it anymore. I was done with playing it digitally. I was done with feeling dumb by the programs made me feel dumb. Like, actually stupid. Like, trying to put all of it in, I felt like stupid trying to like find the things, add the things. It seemed like I was annoying my teammates because I couldn't find stuff. I couldn't figure out things. I had no idea how to do certain roles for stuff. There were certain roles that you couldn't do in the program. Yeah, we switched from D&D Beyond to this other one. D&D Beyond, at least some I figured out, and they were like, it's cool if you like just tell us like the role, and we can just punch in the role and do the damage manually and take it off. Because it was like based on a trust system, which was fine. I could still do my dice. But then we switched to this other one that you had to do it digitally. So she posted her first Kickstarter and reached over $1 million. It was massive. And then she did a second Kickstarter with Wormwood Gaming. That's the company I think that I heard of. And it's okay, Nina. It happens. And yeah, since COVID, you had to go online, so you have Zoom calls, D&D Beyond for character sheets on dice. It needed a lot more prep from our DM. Yeah, that was one of the problems that our DM was facing. It's one of the reasons he put me on hiatus, is that like he had so much prep he had to do before each game, because he had to like put in character models and all these like intense things behind the scenes he had to organize. And if he like on the fly we just dropped out, he couldn't just change like certain things quickly. He had to like change all these things like just beforehand and be like, hey, so I need like 30 minutes prep time before we can play, because half of you guys didn't show up. But for us, it wasn't different. We tend to have tablets and D&D Beyond, even IRL, and have dice. So yeah, it was too different. Yeah, I went from playing mainly in person, in like little groups at like people's houses or like, you know, all these other places. And then suddenly it was just like, hey, we're going digitally. And I was like, okay, it's cool. But another problem was Discord. Me and Discord have a love-hate relationship. Discord refuses to acknowledge my microphone, refuses to acknowledge this headphone microphone. You see this? Yeah, it works in everything but D&D, like in Discord. Discord hates it. Discord doesn't acknowledge its existence. It doesn't like it. It hates my microphone half of the time. I've never figured out, like, I've uninstalled it. I've reinstalled it. I've turned my thing off in between uninstalling and installing it. I just downright hate voice chat in Discord because it never works for me. It'll work, but occasionally I'll like crack in and out, and I'm like, all my friends, like my online friends, do like Discord chats, and I'm just like, I can't join in. I'm just like a casually mute person who has to sit in the background and just add music into the playlist to mess with them. That's me. And it makes me feel sad. So I hate Discord voice chat, like on some greater level, and that's where we do D&D. So what I would have to do is take my phone with its like, make sure it was fully charged, plug in my like really crappy, like my other headphones, and like chat into it for the like, or have it push to talk for like the window of time we played D&D, because Discord wouldn't work on my computer. I'm like, I have a fancy microphone and headphones, and you won't work with Discord. What's the problem, Discord? You anti-Razer and Blue Yeti? You got a problem with Yeti? So, but alright, I have to be rude and go. Need to get some food before I start stream. Yeah, have fun, Krabo. You go have fun streaming. Hope you kill all the things. I think you said you're playing Valheim again, so you gotta have fun. And yeah, it was super annoying. It was the most annoying moment of my entire life. Like, I've been reduced to tears multiple times. I've multiple times sent off support emails to Discord, and because I didn't respond in like a day, they're like, oh hey, here's an automated message of like, your ticket's been closed, thanks for messaging us. And I'm like, all they would tell me repeatedly is, have you tried turning it off and on again? Have you tried uninstalling it or reinstalling it? Have you tried this other thing? And they're like, maybe you should try all those. And so I'd like work through the steps again every single time, and have to restart my computer every time to like uninstall it and reinstall it and turn. I was like, it shouldn't be this complicated. Like, it really shouldn't be this complicated just to use voice chat on Discord. Like, I know it works. I know it works on my iPad, it works on my phone, it works everywhere else except my computers. I'm like, does it hate Windows? I don't know. So I'd had enough with the sport emails. I'd had enough messaging them. Karibo can attest to this, that he tried to do a voice chat with me one time, and it didn't work. Like, he couldn't hear me at all. I could hear, so we went like, either I couldn't hear him, and we figured that out because I'd accidentally like set my sound to my microphone for a day. It used to be my headphones, so like I figured that out, fixed it, it was fine. But then he still couldn't hear me. No matter what happened, he couldn't hear me. And I was like I have a Blue Yeti microphone and this thing. Between the two of them, you should be able to hear me. And no, can't hear me, nothing. And I was just like, had enough of this, and I like full-blown had a rant. He said he's never heard me yell and get as mad as I did in this moment. Like, I was pissed. I was livid. I just like, I had a breakdown. It was a bad day, to be fair. I'd had a bad day before this, but I melted down at Discord, and I was just like, I was this close to just like deleting the app, because I use it for like talking to people, being part of communities, and I like the app of Discord. I just hate the fact that I can't get voice chat to work. No matter what I do, no matter if I change the output and input to like specific or default, if I change the advanced settings between control and push and like push to speak, because sometimes I used to have to set it to just push to speak, and other times it had to be control. And so like, I've had problems with Discord and it working for me near on about 8 years, on and off. 8 years of me having issues with this program. Yeah, it works fine on your laptop, but it's Windows too, so I don't really know. Yeah, no, I've just had problems with Discord for 8 years. Since I started playing WoW with my friends outside of high school, where we didn't play at each other's houses, and we used Discord, I've had problems with voice chat. I've had it so it wouldn't work for me unless I had it as voice activate. I had times where it wouldn't work for me because of my headphone headset, and it sounded super garbled and terrible. And the other thing is, my friends were constantly telling me how my voice would sound shit, like, cause like my microphone. So the only time I managed to get it to work ever, and it drove me mental, my friends made me want to cry, is because I could get it on my laptop. I could get the microphone on my laptop to pick me up in Discord. That was it. That was the only place. And my friends would drive me insane because they're like, you have to be on control, like push to speak, because your typing is making us like hurt. Because they're very like, I love them to bits, but some of their like personal habits and the way they speak sometimes, it's not very nice. When they're like, you trigger them about something, and they're triggered about like hearing keyboard noises and like fan noises and like a couple other things. And so they were just being pissy, but we were like teenagers, so I've let it go since then. It just drove me a little mental at the time how like the only way they could hear me was through my terrible laptop microphone. Nothing else. They couldn't hear me through this. The microphone sounded like garbage. And even when I bought this, so I actually, as part of the reasons for finally getting a microphone and not just using this, was that I could finally talk in Discord. And it worked for a brief window. And I'm like, why? Why Discord? Yeah, you don't mind those because, like, you know, life? Yeah. I'm like, if your microphone sounds, like, kind of terrible because, like, you only have a laptop one and you have, like, keyboard noises, so you have it as push to talk, like, whatever. I can just mute you. Like, I can individually mute you if it's bugging me enough. Or be like, hey, would you mind changing it to push to speak? It's not that big a drama for them to, like, auto set a function button. But, yeah. It's okay. My friends would occasionally just be like that, and it's fine. It was like a habit they had for a couple of years of like not having a filter when they said mean things. They've grown out of it since we grew up. But they did it for a couple of years, and it was just like you had to You had to just be like, I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna let it go, but I remember. It just goes to show you teenagers can be garbage. Some teenagers can have shitty behavior and be garbage. Not all, and they're good most of the time, but there's just moments that, you know, everyone has where they're just like minor garbage. And I've always been a very laid back and casual friend. I don't like blow up when people say crappy things, and I've always been very chill. It takes a lot for me to get mad at people, and so sometimes people have gotten away with saying really shitty things to me, even when it hurt my feelings, because I didn't want to bring it up. Like, I just didn't see the point. Like, nothing was going to change. All they were going to be like made to do is feel bad. This is why I didn't want to teach secondary school, can't deal with teenagers. See, I think I still want to go and be a teacher, but I'm also like, can I handle teenagers nowadays? Teenagers in 2020 are a whole new bag from teenagers pre-pandemic, or even like back when I was a kid. Teenagers are very different, you know? I don't know. It's just something like that I think about occasionally of like how different teenagers are like every 5 years, because stuff changes and alters the people. You know, it's every like half a decade you get a different kind of person to like going through. You teach 5-year-olds instead. I bet 5-year-olds have their challenges. I mean, like, I can see them fighting over like cookies. Like, who has the better cookie? You know, a big fight my Japanese class we used to have? So our Japanese teacher would give us these like candies, these like little like Mentos candies in like individual packages, and we would fight over the colored ones. So he had like yellow, orange, and pink, and I think there was a purple one, and we would fight over the pink, orange, and purple. Everyone hated the yellow ones. No one wanted the yellow ones. So at the very end, after he'd worked through most of them, he'd just have this big thing of like yellow ones and like a couple of colored ones, like other colored ones left, and we'd just like fight for who got the last couple of colored ones. So he'd be like, all right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna play a game, and the person who scores the most in this like Japanese couple of questions gets it. And he'd like challenge us and be like, okay, you guys, you won, you get the pretty ones. Oh, it's so emotional person. Oh, he just looked at me, massive meltdown. Oh my god. It kind of reminds me of like how I watch The Bachelor and The Farmer Wants a Wife shows, and I just see these like meltdowns over minor things, and I'm like, I wonder what happened behind the scenes that caused these two girls to just outright hate each other. Because you see these girls and they'll just like, they despise each other. Nothing happens on camera, there's no fight, and then it'll come out in like chats or something like afterwards or after the show's ended of like, yeah, we've been like casually fighting behind the scenes for like weeks, and they just didn't show any of it until this like big blow up in the middle of the cocktail party because we didn't like each other. And this girl who seemed fine, she apparently was like lying for the whole show and didn't actually want a relationship and just wanted the fame. It kind of reminds me of that. I mean, also scripted sometimes, yeah. But regardless, after all of that, I like, it's been a long, like, it feels like the week has already been 3/4 of the way through. I was like, oh, it's Friday. It's Tuesday. I'm just like, how is it not Friday yet? How? Like, it feels like a Friday. It feels like the day should be ending. You know, I've got the weekend. I look forward to the weekend because they're the days that I don't have to work. Now, albeit Sunday, I still have hockey, but, you know, hockey's on hiatus for like this weekend and next weekend. So I don't even have to worry about hockey yet until like after that. Regardless, I said I was going to play Stardew Valley, and the reason I chose Stardew Valley was like, I was looking at my save files the other day and I realized that I hadn't played this one save file I'd made in literal months. And I was like, I either need one of two things. I need to play it, or I need to delete it and make a different one. Because you can only have 5 save files on the Switch, like per account. I have 8 accounts, so I can make like however many ones I want. But I'd made a farm specifically for Twitch. Well, like for streaming it. Because I was like, I've never done the mining farm. And then I was like, oh wait, I should do the mining farm. And so I made one. And then I was like, See, you're on summer holidays, 6 weeks. My days all merged. Oh, I love those. I love when you're on holidays and you're just like, I can do nothing. Woo! And you just like live in PJs and sweatpants and you just like don't go outside and you're like, you know what? It's okay that I smell horrid. I haven't had a shower in 2 days and I like only remembered to take my medication because I like labeled it. So I actually have something for that because I'm an old lady who keeps forgetting to take them. And look at this. I have one of these. I have a pill container. I put them all inside it every week, and I'm just like, no, I acknowledge the fact that it's empty. I need to refill it today, but like I'm an old lady. I've come to the greater realization. So you love Stardew so much, yeah, literally, you've been working on art and commissions. Oh my god. So I started getting into art more recently, again. Hence my like meltdown when I couldn't find this earlier today, because I was like, this is my creativity pencil. Like I use it all day to like relax from work, and the hell that it creates in me, like it makes me sad. However, I recently bought one of these. I think I like showed it. I don't know if you were here for it, but I bought one of these. So it lives here now. Cause like in my free time, I'll like open Krita, which is a free app. So this actually came with some software. It came with a 2-year thing for like clipping something that artist one, and like a 90-day trial of 2 other programs. But Krita is free and it's really easy for me to use. I like the interface of it so much. So I've been using this to like draw in it because I want to make my own badges and emotes. Now I've made one. How good an emote it is a whole different story, but I made one that's just like, hi, and so it's my first emote. I made 4 different versions of it, and then I was like, you know what, I want it to still look chibi, and so I like watched a bunch of chibi, like how to make chibi like tutorials, like chibi art, and I was like, part of it's in the face shape and like the eye placement. I realized that the eyes were too high and the face was too round. So yeah, Clip Studio, that's it. I got like a 2-year free subscription to Clip Studio out of it. So like I just got to copy the license in when I open the program. And you love Photoshop. You've been using it since you were 9, and I've been using Procreate for the last 1.5 years. Oh, nice. Yeah, I looked at Photoshop, but I think that one's like, do you have to pay for Photoshop? I was trying to find something like, because I'm a uni student, and I was like, I don't want to buy something, because most of the software for like drawing stuff is like expensive. Hell, I use editing software for like editing YouTube videos, and that stuff's expensive. So I was like, I don't want to do it, because I bought this, and I bought a stream deck, and I was like, you know what? That's my streaming expenses for the minute. I'll have to come back to it. Oh yeah, you have a subscription. Yeah, because I remember someone saying that like you had to pay for Photoshop, and I was like, that was the main reason I didn't go anywhere near Photoshop, whereas Krita is an open source, like, free artist, like, program, and it's actually a pretty good interface from, like, what I've seen. It looks very similar to, like, Photoshop's, and very similar to, like, and Clip Studios. They have a lot of the same elements from what I've seen to them. The only difference is, with Krita, because there's a paid version, but that one just means like when they update it, you automatically get an update to yours, rather than like you having to go and get it and install it for the latest update. But I like the ease of being able to draw on this pad and it just showing up on my screen, because it's like an extension of it's as close to like drawing as I'm able to get like on my computer. Because I did a fair bit of research into like what are the best pads for the lowest price. Because I didn't need one that had like the visual, because I know some of the more expensive ones from this company have like a screen on them, and so when you draw on it, it'll show up on the screen, and you can like draw there, and it'll also like you can put it on your computer. Then you have the ones that are like bigger ones like this, and they have more buttons on the side with like a scrolly button thing, so you can like move around like a little mouse. All fascinating, but I went with this one, not just because it was one of the cheaper ones and it was a good like starter one, but because it's smaller. Because I don't have a lot of space here, so I needed something that was a little smaller that I could just like put here. I could just leave here. It wouldn't like cause some big distraction in my space. And yeah, you had the Wacom tiny tablet for like 7 years. You're gonna slowly upgrade to the XP pen. So yeah, I saw that. I did research into it. I was like, the XP pen is the best, like, high market one. I was like, I looked at the price of that thing, and I was like, hell no, it's not happening today. I'm sorry, no. I didn't want to cash out $180 for emotes, so I'm not about to spend like that on a tablet. Albeit, I spent basically the same amount on this tablet, but I'm like, the tablet itself gives me a lot of joy when I'm like doing stuff on it. So like, I found that it just calms me out. So like, I'll be watching Twitch and doing work, and I just start writing with the, like, doing art, and I'm like, oh, I feel so much better. So even if my art is like casually shit, at the moment, I know that it is possibly going to get better with like time and practice and watching tutorials and like trying to learn from it. And the XP Pen is a more affordable tablet company out of the big ones. Yeah, I remember watching like through this list of like the more expensive but beautiful artist tablets, and I was just like, ha ha ha, that's beautiful. Like, they are really nice tablets, and they do have a lot of good things on them for people who do art professionally and who do like a lot of digital art. They're very good tools, and I do think that like if long term you're doing like a lot of digital art and you get a little bit of cash, you can put it aside, save up, get this tablet. Perfectly fine. But it wasn't like worth it for me as like a starter tablet. And see, it's for Twitch. It would be cheaper to get to just get something commissions, but if you want to turn it into a more advanced hobby, then the investment is good. You're professional part-time artists and they're essential. You do digital. Yeah, so for you it makes sense to like upgrade to it. For me, I'm just starting out. So my whole reasoning for wanting this was like, I want to see where I can go with my art, because, so, fun story, over the years, I've had a series of people tell me that my art is crap. That, why am I doing art? Because I'm not very good at it, and that anime and manga should only be done by Asian people. That it's art for Asian people, and I shouldn't be touching it, because I'm not Asian. And I went, okay, I'm gonna take your word for it. Like, I'm not gonna do art anymore. And so, like, I just stopped doodling and drawing for about 10 years-ish. We're gonna go about for about 10 years. I just stopped drawing altogether, because I was like, no. I don't want to, like, disrespect people's culture. I don't want to be appropriating anything. And I just backed off. Yeah, I know it's a lie now. It took me 10 years to, like, decide that it wasn't and come to peace with it. It took like talking with a lot of artists, because I started going to conventions and I realized that people of all colors and shades were doing like manga art, like all these different kinds of like really cool art. And I was like, you know what? You should get back into it. So like I started doodling and drawing again in my own time. But I was like, you know what? Something I want to do, because I got affiliate on Twitch, and I'm very proud of that. I had help from people who like rated me, like Kai, who's currently doing a partner push, and Toy Tester, who's an amazing Australian like Twitch streamer, and a couple other like smaller people I'm friends with here now, or I consider friendish. And I was like, I want to make my own emotes and my own badges, and it'll give me an excuse to like start doing art again more, because I want to like show off my art, even if it's just for me. Like, sure, I might buy emotes at some point, because there's some amazing emotes out there, some amazing artists, and I love things they do, but I want to also be able to like put out my own art into the world, even if it's just for like me, to like, as an excuse to like grow the ability again that I like completely put in a box and like set on fire in a back closet. So yeah, I bought this. I'm very happy, proud of it. I was excited about this purchase for the whole weekend. I paid express shipping on this thing, which albeit was another like $4. It was like $4 more, and I was like, oh my god, express shipping's only $8 today? Okay, I'll do it. Express shipping for $8, because half the time when I want express shipping, it's like $30 for express shipping, and I'm like, no, I'll just wait, thanks. But this one, it was like like $4 extra, and I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'll pay the express shipping just so I can get it. Like, and it arrived. I bought it on Friday, like early in the morning, and I got it on Monday when I got home, and so it made sense. The express shipping worked. They mailed it through the weekend, and I got it on Monday. But it makes sense for me to only need this smaller one, whereas I know a lot of people that I know from Twitch who do art. They've all started to upgrade their tablets that they had from their smaller starter tablets into the bigger tablets. And it makes sense for them because a lot of them now do commissions. They now do a lot of digital art. They put it all over. I have an art related Instagram that I don't share anywhere. I just have one. And I'm gonna start putting my art on there. Because I wanna show it off. Cause I'm fascinated with growing where I'm going with it. So, I'm happy with that. Sorry, I went on a bit of a ramble and a tangent. I love touching this pad, and it brings me some greater joy just to touch it and have it here and do stuff with it, and yeah. I'm maybe in the future I'll do an art stream because I want to get a second monitor, and so the minute I have a second monitor, I'm gonna probably do a GeoGuessr stream and an art stream. They're the first two that I'm gonna do once I have a second monitor. Thanks for I'm following iKD17. Welcome to the Bear Cave. Hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, thank you for supporting me with that, Nina. I know that you've probably heard some nonsense in your years in the art community. I knew a lot of artist friends in the past couple of years, which is why I've started to come out a bit more with it. I didn't want to show any of them my art because I was still a little what's the word? Subconscious. I think that's the word, subconscious. I was a little too conscious of it. You only stream art at the minute and they are so much fun. Right? It's so fun. So I'm sometime in the future, I think I'll do it a couple. It won't be a lot of them, but it'll be occasional digital art streams that are hey, we're just gonna chill and do a bit of art. And yeah, I'm happy you're here, Katie. Sorry I haven't started Stardew Valley yet. It's here. I actually have the program open on my Switch here on the TV. I can see it. It's just, I was I like having a chat for a little bit before I get into the games. I don't know. I know that I should probably be in just chatting for it, considering it's been an hour, but I'm also when I do that, it my stream shows as just chatting. And I'm but why? Why are you showing as just chatting? Yeah, so that's just a thing, because I'm I know it does the thing where it tiles it, so it's just chatting, and then the things you were after that, and I'm but then it just shows as just chatting, and I'm nah, and it keeps the original title when you download it. So I don't do that. I go into the game and then I'm gonna chat for an hour, which is probably a bad idea. It's probably a terrible idea. Because I know people come in and they're peace, and they'll just kapoof off, and I'm well, how nice to see you, even for a moment. But yeah, so I made this farm. It's a mining farm. The last time I played it was probably in April or June. At the most recent. I'm pretty sure it was before that. I think I made it in March. I think I did an Animal Crossing stream, a Stardew Valley stream, and one other Animal Crossing stream before I took my break back in March or April. And by break, I mean essentially I just stopped streaming for 3 months. And so this is the farm from back then. And I'm my plans for it was I wanted to have Krobos as a roommate. I wanted to try and have a mostly animal farm on this farm, because I downright don't enjoy crops, but I do acknowledge crops have a purpose. So I wanted to try and make it semi-practical of we're gonna have a split between practical farm and a farm animal territory. And like normally I plan the hell out of these out of my farms in Stardew. I like that's where I end up always quitting all the time. Is like I plan out my full farm in this other program. I go nuts with planning it out like in depth, and then I just don't go back to the save file. I take a picture of it, I save it, and then I'm like I never go back. So that's essentially like what happened, and it is good to take time off. I know that I probably needed it. I was very stressed at the time with like finances and uni and like life in general. Don't get me wrong, I'm still stressed about all of those things, but I was like, you know what, streaming brings you some kind of like greater joy, even though you may only just be like talking to yourself in a camera in front of your desk. But you enjoy it, so like why are you just ignoring it? Because I was like, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I kept being like, oh yeah, I'll stream on Sunday, or oh yeah, I'll stream then. I was like, you know what, every time you do this and you don't set a stream schedule and you don't follow it, you end up like not streaming for like a week and a half. So I was like, I set a stream schedule of like, even if I don't do it at the time, I have to do it on the day. So I picked certain days that I wanted to stream, and I was like, you're gonna do it. And if you don't do it on that day, you have to make it up on like the next available day. Unless you're like really sick. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a thing called like sickness. Thank you for hosting, Katie. Like Kate. Sorry, I keep calling you Katie because I see the I before Kate. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's like I Kate, but like KT. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get there. But I like mentally, you just have to be like, dude, get your head in the game. You like doing it. There's no point in like not being there. And just like going for it. So I was like, all right, gonna do it. And so I made the stream schedule. I was like, bam, do it. And the only time I can have time off is if like I'm truly stressed with uni stuff and I'm gonna make it up on this other day. Or B, if I'm actually sick and I'm like, it's not a good idea to stream while being like feeling like terrible. And thank you for hosting, Peanut. And, like, you know, I appreciate the host. It's a great free way to support the channel, just like pushing the host button. So I should probably open Stardew Valley now, because it's been like an hour of me just chatting at the stream. So here it is. Here is Stardew Valley. I know. I'm excited too. Oh. Yeah, you forgot to add me on auto host, so I had to manually do that. It's okay. Like, I don't expect to end up on anyone's auto host list, but I appreciate that, like, that you've hosted me. I think there's probably a way to check like who's hosting you at any given time. There's probably like a thing for it. Be like, hey, these people are hosting you right now. Don't ask me what it is, but I know that there is one. You have to go and clean your car, but you'll try and catch me later. It was lovely to chat and enjoy your stream. Thank you, Nina. Like, go have fun cleaning your car. I hope you find mysterious things. I'm turning that volume down a tiny bit, my thing. Turning that down a little. Okay. Yeah, so last time I cleaned the car, I ended up finding like a Game Boy game I'd lost for years. So I hope you find something that you've lost and you can like enjoy it and be like, yes, victory, I found this thing that I missed. So this is the start. The I is the start of your daughter's name, and 17 years she was born. Oh, that's cool. People that average under 10 views usually end up on my auto. Okay. I mean, don't. You can call me Kate. Don't forget to update game info. I mean, I'm pretty sure like my thing shows like. Oh my god. I thought it said Stardew Valley. Nope. It was saved on Animal Crossing. Thank you. Cool. Great. I'm having a good day. There's always something that goes wrong. Something. So I appreciate that you telling me that, Peanut, because I'm positive someone would have been come in here and been like, hey, why are you playing Animal Crossing? I'd be like, what do you mean? I'm playing Stardew Valley. Like, this is Stardew Valley, not Animal Crossing. And they'd be like, oh. Yeah, it's not. Look at your game. I'd be like, it's been an hour. So I appreciate you telling me, Peanut. This could have been an embarrassing moment. Last time you cleaned it, you found Christmas bauble. So it sounds like the Grinch, left a bauble for you, Nina. He was like, "Hey, I've been here. I've stolen the cool things out of your car. Here's a bauble." Like, it's exactly like that scene in like the Grinch Who Stole Christmas. It's almost exactly like that. So as you can see, these two are my personal ones. This is the save file I made after I made this one. So I made this save file, played it on stream, and I was like, oh, I'll play it again next stream. We'll get into more of the do. And then, fun story, didn't. Made this save file, played Stardew Valley for 178 hours, casually, and then just never played Stardew again on stream. Just do the F's, meme reaction, and play it off as how things go. Could. Yeah, very well could. So yeah, this is how they came to be. I keep gesturing this way because this is where my TV is, but like this is where it is on stream. So like yeah, it's just like you can casually see what happened of like, oh, I played for 5 hours on stream and then bam, 178 hours in my personal life. Wachow. So yeah, that's what happened. But this is the farm we're playing today. Because I put it out to the thing of like, does anyone have a vote for what I should name the farm? And they're like, no. And I was like, cool, I'm gonna do the default name, Azeroth. Because I no longer play World of Warcraft, but I do love naming things Azeroth because it's a cool name. You can be like this and be like, welcome to Azeroth. Or like, for Azeroth. You can just like yell World of Warcraft things completely harmlessly. But it's not World of Warcraft, it's something else, because Blizzard sucks, currently. So, yay! I still love the name Azeroth, nothing's getting me out of it. Like, I played World of Warcraft from the age of 15, right? Azeroth is a cool name. You would never guess that I was a disaster in World of Warcraft. I loved playing it and doing like achievement hunting and like I was a casual World of Warcraft player. My friends did like raids and like intense. So there's this thing called raiding in there, and you can do like intense level raids with like heavy heroic gear, like heroics, and this other one that is called Mythic or Mystic. I think it's Mythic. And they would do those all the time as like groups in like guilds with friends that they always referred to all the time with each other's like screen names. I was like, who the hell are these people? And like, you tell me about them all the time, I feel like I know them. It was all through like the end of school and into uni. And I was a casual player who occasionally, if they needed a person, would come along to one of these raids and occasionally get a cool item. Like I got a cool mount once, I got a cool other thing. I still have my account. But I haven't played in like 2 years, and I was like, I'm not getting back into it. But I can't even watch people play World of Warcraft anymore because it gives me a like I need to play it Twitch. You know that like that Twitch where it's like a game that you used to play and love, but you don't play it anymore. And you don't have it, and you're just like, I need it so much. And then like I've nearly I actually watched someone play World of Warcraft for like an hour. And I found myself like updating World of Warcraft like half an hour after that, being like, oh, I'm just updating WoW. And then I saw it finished updating, and I was like, I could play. And it was like, but you have to pay the subscription. And I was like, I could pay a subscription to play for another day. I was like, no, don't do it. Back away from the World of Warcraft. And I was like, kapow, and I just like had to walk away. And I was like, that's how powerful the addiction to World of Warcraft was from my childhood into the now. I'm just like, no, you got to drop it and run. You got to drop it and run and just move on. So like the internal desire to just like play it and start it up again, it's so intense. I can't even there's no way. It's close to an addiction as I've got is the one I had with World of Warcraft. If you want to call it that, I'm gonna call it that because I would sit up like 24 hours and just sit on the freezer because it was the best Wi-Fi spot for my PC. Just sit there with my mouse on top of like books with headphones on, like hunched over my laptop, like sitting on this super high chair, just like as the computer heated up, and I'd like have these like napkins underneath my wrists so I could type on the keys, and like eating gummy bears as my like to keep my blood sugar up. Like that was my late teen years and early 20s with World of Warcraft, doing that. I now have a desktop. I now don't play World of Warcraft, and I now don't use the freezer as my desk as my computer table. that was a rant and a half. Give me clearance. I love when it rains in the start. I went very intense very quickly, with World of Warcraft. It's just like World of Warcraft is something else when it comes to me. It's hard to describe the reaction I used to have to it. Now, do I actually have my watering can on me? No, I don't. That's fun. The best thing in this game is the moment when you get the ability to just put down sprinklers and just like not care about watering this stuff every single day. Do I have a materials chest? Okay, so the thing I realized is I didn't make chests that are necessary throughout the town. So I normally make a couple of chests in key locations. I don't have the wood to make all of them, I think. I can make 2. So I'm gonna make 2 chests for the minute. I like that they now stack. Don't go in the storage. So essentially what I gotta do with these things is I used to have these all over town. I'd have them, I still plan to, so the places I normally put them, just for convenience, is I'd like have one near the forest lake, near the lady with the like van who comes. So I'd have it near her. I'd have one in at the ocean, like just on the beach. And then I'd have one in the mountains. Near the mine, because you can just like dump excess stuff into it. The other one I would have is next to the bus stop once I get the ability to use the mine carts, because you can just like dump all the stuff from your storage in there if you've forgotten casually to empty your pockets or just ended up with too much nonsense. So I think that I'm gonna put one of these at the beach if I haven't done it already, and the other one I'm gonna put either in the mountains, assuming I have access to the mine, which I think I do, or I'm gonna put it down near the camper van lady. So it's gonna go into one of the 2 places. The real question is which one will get it first. Oh boy, it's still individual watering. I forgot. So I was the last time I played, I had full iridium watering can, just sprinklers everywhere. Didn't need to worry about individually watering these plants. Because that's what you gotta do. You gotta be I'm individually watering every single plant. Yes, I understand that this is the real farming life. Where's the water still? Oh my god, I gotta run for it. Oh my god. This is the problem. I'll do the Animal Crossing thing of B for running. B for running. B isn't running. There is no running in Stardew Valley. There's just slow walking to your demise. This is why people get the horse. This is why the first major thing everyone gets is the horse. Because you're just everything takes so long to do. Walking places, finding things, it all takes forever. So the thing you have to do first is get the horse. And to get the horse, you need that red wood, that harder wood. So you do it, you get the harder wood, and you're success, I have it. And then you just get enough for the horse. So no matter where you get it, no matter how you get it, you end up saving it, and then just bam, horse time. Because the walking speed in this game is so ridiculously slow that you're just it takes an entire day basically to do walk across the town. Just a casual walk. You're oh yeah, I'm just going to Susan's down the way, and then it's bam, it's nighttime. And you're I only just left the house. I just left the house. Why am I going here? Why am I taking so long to get here? Why is it taking all of my energy? Okay, I think I need to move my camera, because you see how the energy thing is behind me? That's going to be a detriment to me in the long run. I can feel it. I can feel the fact that I'm going to be like, oh yeah, why did I pass out? And I'll be like, oh, that's why. So essentially what's going to happen is I'm going to move, nope, not that one. Webcams, come here. Webcam, alrighty. Okay. It's still locked, figured it out, every time. And we're gonna make myself a tiny bit smaller. You know, we don't even need to look at the followers bar at the moment because it's at 105%. I was like, oh yeah, let's change it. I didn't change it. I forgot to. I'm terribly sorry. Minus streamer points. I lost streamer points on it. Okay, I'm over here in the corner. Yeah, 105% of 100. So I'm at 127 followers, I think, now, before stream started. Which is amazing. Like, I'm completely shocked. I know part of it's thanks to Kai. Cause she was like, I'm too tired, I'm gonna raid, and she like recognized my name maybe. Out of like, cause I occasionally stop in her streams and chill, cause she's lovely. And so like she like boosted me. I actually looked at how many people I had in that stream for like a minute. Cause you know how there's like Twitch achievements of like have this many people in your stream at once, like chatting. And I looked at the one where she was she rated me, and it was like 66 people talked in your chat at once, and I was like, oh cool, yeah, cool. That's a number. That's a high number. So she just like casually knocked out like 4 achievements at once when she stopped by. But yeah, so like basically like I reached 105%, which is in thanks to like lovely people stopping by, lovely people rating me, like people getting recommended me now occasionally, and just like the lovely humans that I happen to run into. So I'm just like I'm really thrilled that I like managed to reach like 2 goals I had. One was like I set down that I wanted to have 50 followers just because I was like, oh yeah, that's how many you need for like the affiliate, and I was like 100 is possible maybe by like the end of the year. Knocked that one out. That was a fun surprise. Why am I going on a thing with the watering can? I just need no. We're leaving the watering can behind. We don't have this pocket space for this kind of nonsense. No. What time is it? It is 11:30. Brilliant. So we're gonna dump you 2 things in here, and we're gonna grab the things for Gunther. Cool. So essentially, there's 2 of them. This would be a thing. I'd get there, I'd be like, oh, there's 2 of them. Yay! Why is there 2? Your goals are more like, well, whenever that happens, they happen. Yeah, fair enough. I was just like, I wanted to like eventually, like I set myself like a year goal. And I was like, I put my year goal as like 100, I think it was like 150 or 200 followers for like the full year, as like if I could achieve anything, this would be something I want. You know, out of the things you can't control list, that was on my like things I can't control but would be fun list. And then I had like, yes, pufferfish, okay. Yam, cranberries. Do I want any of these things for these ridiculous prices? I can't afford any of them anyways. Mute point. Absolute moot point. Wood. I bet that's wood. Oh. But yeah, so like it was just something that like I wanted to achieve on like, because I thought, you know, if you're gonna do this and you wanna like make some kind of like goals for yourself to like push you into it, because it's nothing I love more than planning. And there's some things you can't plan for, which is fine. But like what you can plan for, you're just like goals you'd like to have for yourself. It's like this is something that I want to make myself better, to the point that even if I don't achieve this, I'm like, I can look at what I've done and be like, yeah, you did your best, you grew this way as a person, but you didn't achieve it, and that's fine. You just casually stream, so if people come to your stream, great. If not, not gonna complain. You usually get like 2 viewers per stream, and usually 1 is me on another time. I mean, that's cool. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I just, you know, I love planning and making goals for stuff, so I thought, why not? Let's make a goal. Let's, like, make it a thing, like, even if no one shows up, even if it's just me, what is some cool things that you would love to aim for in the future? And those are my list. Come here, Vincent. I want to say hello. Hi there, miss. Hey, Abigail, come back. You've been pushing off your homework. Yeah, like, she does not seem like the homework kind of a person. And more importantly, where is the school? Like, where is this, like, this school they go to that's giving them homework? Or is it her mom? Because I've always wondered about that. Like, some of them complained about school every once in a while, and I'm like, I don't see a school. There isn't an official school here for you guys. There's just, like, a bunch of, like, casual buildings. What's this? Feel like have you seen your name somewhere before? Yeah, there's a likelihood you've probably seen Peanut around. I've seen them in a couple places, I think. Yeah. Okie dokie. Got nothing extra for Gunther. We're gonna just check the trash, because you never know. Trash in this game is much more valuable than one would think. I remember there was like this one day where I was like, I'm not gonna check the trash, and then like out of it came an iridium bar, and I was like, why is there an iridium bar just in your trash? Yeah, like I live a quarter of my time in the Animal Crossing community, so it's probably more than a quarter. I would say it's definitely more than a quarter of the time. It's like a good, let's go 2/3 of the time, probably. I'm pretty sure I spend like 2/3 of my time in the AC world, which is fun. I love the AC community. I think it's like one of the most friendly places ever. You don't stream as much Animal Crossing as I do without liking the game. In case you're wondering, most of my streams are Animal Crossing. But you lurk on many streams, you just know that some of their communities overlap. Yeah. If you're in AC and long enough, a lot of communities, like, streamer communities with them, they overlap. That still amazes me that you don't even, like, play the game. And you don't have this, like, greater, like, feeling to play, I don't think. And you're just like, yeah. I spend so much time with, like, these AC streamers and in their communities. And I'm like, how? I know there's some people who, like, watch it for, like, they love Animal Crossing, but they just can't have the game. And I'm like, okay, cool. You do you. But I'm still amazed. Okay, 1 placed. I'm just gonna dump these here because I don't need them in my pockets. You don't have a Switch, never played AC, and no plans on playing it. Yeah, so you just like the casual communities. I mean, okay, fair enough. AC and Stardew Valley all have something in common of like they attract people within like casual communities, casual like behaviors. Yes, I have fun working on the farm. And like just really mellow people for the most part. I mean, sure, there are like people who do the like, are you ready to play Animal Crossing? There's those people. And I find them like they make me giggle, but I gotta be in the right mood for that. How much do I need for this bag? 10,000. Brilliant. But most of the Animal Crossing streamers and communities are like really chill. It's like a really good safe space for like people with anxieties and stress and all these different like things going on. It's just like a super chill like place. Lol, you played the game with your little sister, but she's not allowed online, so you have to go find stuff for her. So if she wants a Treasure Island, it's basically just like, hey sis, can you just like sit in a Treasure Island stream for me for like, I don't know, like 12 hours? Oh, thank you. Heart. You have several others you follow, but they are deaf PG-13 are above streamers, and when they are mature content, you usually ignore them. I mean, fair. That's very fair. I personally have a section of games that I love that are mature content, but I'm like, I don't really want to stream any of them. I'm fine talking about them or reviewing them or doing like or like watching other people stream them, but I don't. They're the kind of games where I'm like, I just want to play them on my own. I want to get through them. If I find them intense, I'll be like, okay, that was fun. Or if like they're too much for me, I want to be able to just like stop, go take a break for a couple hours, come back, and be like, you know what? I'd rather play this other game. So like I'm probably gonna mostly play like Nintendo games, but like the odd others like other game. The odd one. Yeah, that's the way it is. You don't care to hear F-bombs in other language every other word. Yeah. The maddest I got, like the most intense swearing I got was when I was playing Hades, like last week. I was mad at Meg. Meg's fights drive me like absolutely insane. Like I love her. She's a great character, but I was just like, but why? Why do you need like the circles of doom along with like all these enemy things to help you? And then like flame things coming out of you at the same time. Like she just like eviscerated me and I was very mad because like her health and my health were very similar. We were neck and neck and she just like wiped the floor with me and I was just like, but Meg, I thought we were buddies. I thought we were pals. Yeah, so mature games are okay if it's more the commentary. Yeah, Hades is on the edge. It's got like innuendos and like casual, like subtle hints to more, but it doesn't have like outright more. So it's kind of in that like edge of like it's kinda, but it's kinda not, you know. But like the artwork is very just like, goddamn. Aphrodite I think knocks the game up to like above PG-13 because her clothing is her hair. Enough said about her. Her like her entire thing you need to know about her is her hair is her clothing. That's about it. So she knocks the game up like a good notch on the ratings. I think. But like I love playing indie games and I love playing Nintendo games, and Nintendo is by far the best system to do all of that on. Like playing Nintendo games and indies, because Sony is really bad at being kind to their indie developers. They never put them on deals. They next to never promote them. They'll promote like Hollow Knight and a couple others, but they're terrible at promoting indie games. Just downright disastrous at it. Whereas Nintendo will have full direct style presentations to like show off and support indie games. And that just like makes me happy. Even Xbox is like pretty like alright in comparison, like as far as the game companies go. Sony is the worst. There are certain games that these developers are just like, we're not even bothering to make a version for PlayStation. We're just not gonna do it. Yeah, but one streamer will even drop F-bombs on things like Stardew Valley. That is when it's like clear that they serve 24/7 regardless of the game. Yeah. My swearing is like, I think, dependent on the situation. I occasionally would drop the odd like shit that that thing was I've been known to swear on and off, but like it's not as common nowadays as it was a couple of years ago, because a couple of years ago I used to swear a bit more and I was like I'm using it too much. Like it makes me a little embarrassed sometimes, and I have to, if I'm toning myself down around certain people a certain amount, then obviously I'm doing something wrong. And so like I toned it back a bit. I still occasionally swear, but it's like it's a rarity. So the fact that I got so mad during Hades the other day that I like downright lost it. The last game I lost it like that at was Hollow Knight. Those two games are gonna break me. Because I want to play both of them here on stream, and I'm like, they're going to make me cry. I can feel it. I know it. There's going to be a moment of just like me essentially losing it and being like, but why? Aha! Only need one more. Okay, we just need something to appear in the crab pot. We just need like one of these three, four things to show up in it. And that'll finish this one. Cool. So yeah, I know there's some streamers around that are just like dropping F-bombs left and right, and I'm like, you're cool and all, but like, it's not something that's calming. It's not what I would call like, because I watch Twitch usually to like chill out, talk with people, and relax. I'm not the kind of person who seeks out those people who are like, we're having a rave, and just like, bow, 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 bow. Oh my god. Okay, if I was gonna rave, if I was a raving kind of person, I'd do it right now. I literally spent an entire save file. This was a save file of like 200 hours trying to get a dinosaur egg. I just was like, fine, I'm not meant to get dinosaurs. I didn't even check my luck today. What was my luck? Should I have bought a lotto ticket? Yeah, it takes a lot for me to be on PT. Yeah, it like I talk about darker subjects, but like I don't use a lot of explicit language because I study history. I'm a history student. Okay, sorry. I'm having a calm down moment. I'm fine. We're just gonna dump this here. Cool. Yep. Hey Linus, you wanna talk about the dinosaur egg I just got? Cause it was epic. So yeah, like I usually have to be like really pissed at something or like I truly have to have lost it and get really mad about it. So like I swore about Discord when I like lost it the other day and I was telling Kariba about like my problems with Discord. I was just like downright pissed. And so I think and he hasn't heard me that mad like basically ever. And so he was like, dude. But it does take a lot for me to lose my cool. I'm known by most people who like know me as a fairly chill human being. Like I'm fairly relaxed. It takes a lot to get like an overly big emotional reaction out of me. I don't know if that's like good or bad. Hey Jessa, how are you doing today? You having a good day? Have you played some Animal Crossing? Have you placed the pink flowers? Drinking streams can get a little darker topics, but still you try to keep my talk to the acceptable for Disney level. I mean, fair. That is fair enough. I watch a lot of true crime. I've been recently getting into watching videos on YouTube of streamers watching videos made by true crime YouTubers that I follow, which albeit is like a circle of entropy. And just like watching their reactions to these true crime things that I knew about and seeing how they take it. I'm like, yeah, some of it is truly screwed up. The fact that some of this stuff happened. Clam. Good, thanks. I'm doing okay. I had a long day. I was late for work. I was casually just like very, very late for work. We're putting the dino egg in here. Dino egg! I'm sorry, I'm overly excited about the fact I now have a dinosaur egg and a chicken statue. So, yeah. Like, I had work, I had uni, I was late for work, because I was telling people before about this. Yes, dino egg hype. I got this artist tablet. It arrived in the mail. So I stayed up until 5 in the morning drawing sub badges and trying to draw like emotes. You can do like, and that like creates dancing with the blob dances. Like I was very into the fact that I could finally draw things. And I was so excited, like incredibly excited. Like I had a little meltdown. Like I was just like, this is the best moment ever. and I fell into tutorial land. So at 5 a.m. in the morning, I was like, ha ha ha, it's time to go to bed. It's definitely time. And so I dragged myself off to bed because I normally would start work at 7. However, I was just like, you have a, because on Tuesdays I get the morning off from work to do my university class, which starts at 10. So I woke up at 10. And I was like, oh no. And so I got up, I had my class, and I showered, and then I went to work, and I was a half hour late, and I was like, oh no, I'm late. But this tablet is beautiful, and yeah, that is dedication. This is dedication, but it brings me greater happiness. 5 a.m. to a bed alarm at 5:05. Best mornings ever. Oh yeah. No, I've done that. I've been okay, cool. So my class is at 9. It's now 6. If I set my alarm for 7:30 and wake up, I'll be fine. You know what happens on those days? I don't wake up. I didn't go to class. Class? Who is she? I wasn't there. But I started doing this thing partway through when I had days like that of just oh yeah, I'll just stay up. So I'd go out to my class, and then I'd come home, and then I'd just crash. So that's what I used to do of oh yeah, I'm just gonna stay awake for 36 hours. So I'd do that. I'd just casually stay awake for 28 to 24 hours, 36 hours, and then I passed out on the concrete a couple times on the way home. It was bad. It was not it was not a good day, so I was you know what, it's better if I just so I started to try and force myself to have a better sleeping pattern, at least on the days where I have to get up to do things. So my sleeping pattern is still garbage on a Saturday, currently. But I plan to improve it because I have to. Because hockey starts up again, not next week, but the week after. So I have to be able to do the remaining 3 or 4 hockey games we have, because we've got about 4. And they're all going to be intense hockey games. They're going to be the ones that, decide our finals. Because we've got the 2 last games, I think one of them is, they're both against teams that are in the semifinals. So we've got to go up against the person that we directly have that we're probably going to go up against in the finals, the team that we're going up against in the semifinals, and then we've got the semifinals and the finals. So I can't afford. They're the only teams I actually have to pay attention for with my team when we go and play against them. All the other teams we've had this season, I haven't seen the ball. For most of the games this season, it was very boring. It was a very boring season. I'm not even gonna lie. I got very bored, and I was do I need to be here? Could I just go home, stick my gear here, and just you pretend it's a goalkeeper? Yeah, we good? I even started singing. I was just I made up songs when I was in the end field of just do you want to pass me the ball, team? I know that I'm here. I know it's been a while, but you should pass the ball. I know I am the goalie, but you could still pass me the ball. I started singing like that in the end field during the hockey game. That's how bored I was. Out loud singing that. If your goalkeeper is singing that, you know you're doing good things with the ball, but damn, I was bored. You've gone to bed some nights about 4:30 a.m. in the morning, and your alarm is set for 6:30. Oh no! And you've been an insomniac for years. Many nights you get 1 to 2 hours of sleep, maybe get 1 night a week for 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, no, I've done that. I've definitely done all of those things over the years as a uni student who was I don't have any responsibilities. I can be up all night gaming. I'd be worst sleeping patterns ever. Now that I have a job, I'm I literally that I hate. By the way, I hate this job. I despise my job. It's not so bad that I'm eh. It doesn't I don't hate it so much that when I'm there I feel sad, but I still do. I don't enjoy my job at all. I'm not terrible at it. I can do the job fairly well because I have really good experience in it. I'm good with the tech. I have really good support network with my my managers and stuff to help me out when I'm in trouble, but I don't enjoy it. I like the people, but not the job itself because it kind of sucks. It's basically technical support. So I'm just doing it for the money. I'm doing it for money reasons. And so, like, I have to fix my sleep pattern and have more regular sleep because I physically have to, like, go to work at, like, a certain time. But I'm like, if I didn't have that, like, I'd probably still have a screwed up sleeping pattern, honestly. And if this job ends in December and, like, it doesn't get renewed, I'll probably go back to a terrible sleeping pattern and, like, stream at odd, weird hours again. This is when you need to start doing some trips or flips in the goal and wait for someone to record and go viral on YouTube. You know, I have thought about that one. I definitely have thought about that, which is why I occasionally start dancing in the goal box, which apparently pisses off the opposing team, because they're like, cool, she's just casually dancing and singing like show tunes in the goal box, because she's that bored, because we can't get the ball there. It ticks them off, and I'm like, good, I hope it makes you mad. Come get me. Like, come at me. Because they just don't get anywhere near us, like, ever. So there's one team that does, like, that consistently can get near the goal box and me, and they're the team that we're gonna end up against, I'm convinced, in the finals. Like, they're not the best team ever. They have lost a couple times to us and the team directly below them in our division, but there's still, like, enough of a competition that I'm just like, I kind of don't want to see you in the finals. You know, I don't want to lose. Because if we're against the other team, we're like, it's a guaranteed win, probably. Thank you for calling Xbox customer support. My name is Dan. Can I get your email address or gamer tag to locate your account? Set that more times than I can count. Don't let the mundane life get to you. Yeah, it's not the mundane life. It's the, like, people yelling at you that you suck and that, like, you're incompetent and you're a dreadful human being, and like how can I not be like trying to help them better? It's like stuff like that just gets to me, because I'm what you would call a classic INFJ, and we're very much people that like to help people, and we want to help people even at the detriment sometimes to ourselves, and this job definitely causes me a detriment. Absolutely, it like sucks at my soul and my joy. But I'm like, I need to do it at least for the like contracted period, because it'll pay for my university next year for me to be able to go to uni and do daily life stuff all of next year, which is what I need it for. So I'm just sucking it up. Yeah, so it's a fun time. You literally had nightmares when you worked for Xbox because they started the 2-factor verification thing, and if you were locked out and didn't have it set up, there was nothing you could do. Oh my god. No. Those times when it's like there's literally nothing you can do because whatever it is that's the problem, it's beyond what you can do, and you're just like, god damn. There's like literally nothing I can do. I literally can't help you at all. You just have to like be patient, and it'll either fix itself or like you have to like figure it out on your own because we can't help you, or like you have to figure out a way to remove the like verification thing that's causing the like a problem. That's why like I have the same verification thing set up for like most of my my phone fell down. Most of my things, it all goes through like the same couple of apps. So like, but technical support is a special moment of like, have you like set it up properly? Is the light on? Is it properly plugged into the power? Are you sure you've typed that thing in correctly? It's like you have to talk to them as if they're like a 4-year-old, but 4-year-olds are better at technology. That's essentially the way you have to like speak towards them, of like, did you do this very simple thing that could be the reason for your problem? People would be constantly screaming at you and about reoccurring charges, and you could only say sorry, but I can't help you until you have 2-factor authentication set up. For security reasons, they had to wait 30 days for the system to accept the new verification if they had no access to the old one, and in most cases, the old one was nothing. Oh my god, that totally sucks. Yeah, no. my personal least favorite is when people yell at you and you're like, and they're just like, yeah, we're just unloading. They'll tell you beforehand, like, hey, I'm gonna be mad about this and like yell and scream at you, but just understand that this isn't meant for you. It's meant for the people above you, like listening in. And I'm like, but you're yelling at me. You're not yelling at them. I'm the one who's gonna feel like shit later today, not them. Like, they don't care. They're not paying anything. Those ones make me mad and upset, and like afterwards I'm just like, I don't care what these other people's problems are. Like, they can just like go away. I have no energy and it's bedtime. So you know, I'm glad it, like, I like the job pays well enough, and I'm like, I want to try and do it part-time, I think, next year if I can. I doubt they're gonna let me do it part-time, so that's fine, but getting started, so I want to give you a little tip. Most crops only grow for one season. Oh my god, it's berry day. No. Half the time I spend these like berry days just walking around the island, just picking up berries. Like, it's a good, useful, free tool thing, but it takes so much time. You legit let some people way too much stuff for free. Free gold membership. Here you go, broken controller. Here's a new one for free. Oh my god. Yeah, there's always that moment of like, the person is like ticked off enough and you're just like, here's a free item. Gnome! Did you spot a gnome? Where's the gnome? You know, I really need to have a thing where it's like, whenever you set that off, I have to add a gnome to my screen. I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look into like finding good gnome pictures and just like photoshopping them so they can fit on my screen. Cool? Yeah, that's gonna be like a future thing for me. You want a gnome? You can have a gnome. Because, you know, gnome power. Redeemed hide. Okay, I'll hide her in a sec. Kitty!
Hey, listen!
I'm glad you all found the sound alerts. Okay, where is that thingy? It's over here. Where did I put it? 1 second, I gotta grab my water bottle. Whew. Just testing it out. You were broken yesterday. It was so disappointing. Oh my god. No, yours were broken? That sucks. Having broken alerts, like, it's the most upsetting thing, because you're like, I don't know why it's broken, but it's broken. And now I have to try and fix it. Like, just like troubleshoot it. And sometimes like everything looks like it's working, and you just have to like turn it all off and turn it back on again, and you're like, why didn't you work? You think you fixed them now? Well, that's good. Like, there's nothing that like drives people like more crazy than like broken alerts, where you're just like, why aren't you working? Like why? You were working yesterday. Did I push a button that's wrong? Did I insult your favorite like Britney Spears song? Did I like harass your nana? So it's kind of along the lines of like, what did I do? Your first sub alert was broken too. You felt so, oh my god. My first sub happened when I wasn't even on the stream. So I've had 2 people sub to me so far in my life, which is like, woo, love it. Didn't expect anyone to sub to me at all, honestly. And they, like, the first one, they did it when I was off stream, and so just, I felt a little bad, because I was like, oh, I didn't get to see my first sub alert. And then the second one, like, I did it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, it doesn't feel like special enough. I'm like, I feel like I need to up what it is, you know? There's gotta be a way for me to like figure out how to be like, so whenever people sub, all the sub badges just like explode on the screen. So I'm looking into maybe if there's a way to like personalize it. Good now. Calm yourself. You're now work. Have fun here. Oh my god. When you tried to fiddle with the alerts, I think I broke that one. Oh no. Yours broke recently too. You had to relink it and then only the bit ones worked. You finally fixed them all by turning off all the alerts and turning them back on again. You can replay your alerts if you want them to show. Yeah. I'm like, let's see. Where is it? Yeah, here it was. Yeah. So there was his, but like it wouldn't let me do it. Yeah, so this was his like other one, but it wouldn't let me play his like his when he like subbed to me one, because he did it with like Prime or something. He did it with like Prime, and for whatever reason, like it wouldn't let me, and I was like, but why? So it wouldn't allow me to do it. I was very upset. So yeah, he didn't just stream bits, like give bits. That's just me replaying the alert. Yeah, you can like replay him. Like he did that 4 days ago. I don't get a lot of alerts, in case you're wondering. So I usually have my alerts just chilling here on the mini feed for about 4 or 5 days. Cause like they just chill. So yeah, mine are good. Cause I think they like, even though it triggers in the chat and it shows me like when people redeem like channel point stuff, and like it doesn't always show up when I think it doesn't always show up in the mini feed, or like disappears after a certain window of time. But yeah, so you can replay them as long as they're like in your mini feed still. You just like, that always confuses you when you get followers on days I don't stream or even lurk in streams. Yeah, I know the ones that I get, I'm usually sure why it happens. Because I know a couple people that just like randomly shout out people that they like know who stream, and I'm like, it's because those guys streamed on those days, and when I wasn't there, they obviously shouted me out and someone followed. Or there's someone that I like, that I've been rated, I rated them on stream, like I rated their stream, and then they've gone and like followed me at a later time. So most of the ones that I get like after the fact, it's one of those two things. It's rarely like anything else. Book. Most of the ones who do that for you don't do it when I visit their stream. Yeah, no, like I've had some do it when I'm on stream, but most of them will do it when I'm like not there. So they're like, hey, we knew you weren't here, so we're just gonna like casually like shout you out, and you're just not gonna know about it. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine. I didn't need to know about this thing though that you did that was so great, because I don't ever expect anyone to shout me out. Like, it's not something that like you'd expect. It's just like, it's nice when someone does it, because they like not only respect like your streaming, like your streams, but they also like, they're okay with allowing the people from their community who they like, you know, care about or know to like go over and like check this other person out. I've done a couple raids where I'm like, I didn't know the person well enough, and after raiding them, I've found that like there's like a weirdo in their community, or they say things that I'm like, I don't really like what you're saying in this moment. So there's a couple people that like occasionally I'll follow, and they're nice people, good streamers, but the kind of content they do, I'm like, well, the things that I stream are usually casual and cozy, and the stuff that they stream is very not casual or cozy. And so I'm just like, I'm hesitant to ever like raid them with people, because I don't want to. Urban adventurers only. Okay, fine. I think I still have to go in the mine. I'm pretty sure I haven't gone in the mine yet. No, I've got a thing. Okay, I think I have to get to like level 10 or something before they'll let me in. But yeah, so there's something like, so I always regret when I don't like do a little more diligence on certain people and when I've rated them, because I'm like, and I end up leaving and I'm like, I hope that I didn't like abandon someone from my stream into whatever that was and make them feel like uncomfortable in there. That's why I know a couple people who like they don't raid at all. They're like, we host, but we don't raid. And I'm like, it's fair enough. You don't want to like, you want people to be given the option to be part of it, but you don't want to force them in there with like a raid if they're lurking. So yeah, it's kind of like a thing that you choose. Most of the ones who do, yeah, sorry, I already read that, but I don't know. Most of the ones, the people who like shout me out, I've been in their streams a number of times before. Some of them do it while I'm there, some of them don't, which is okay. Because those ones I can usually tell if one of them has. Oh no, that hasn't happened to me yet. Reread, always good. Yeah. Yeah, I've had it happen where I was just like, I went into someone's stream, I raided them, and then the person in their chat was being really weird about an Animal Crossing villager. Like, the person said that, like, they had the Animal Crossing villager in their name, but they were saying weird stuff about the villager, and I've also had one where it was like, when I went in there, it was someone, there was someone in there who, like, I'd been avoiding and had kind of, like, blocked from my channel. Like, I hadn't, like, banned them or anything, I'd just, like, I'd kind of maybe, like, mentioned to them of, like, hey, I don't appreciate you always asking for stuff whenever I'm, like, in Animal Crossing. And they kind of left me alone after that, because they're like, oh, you're not gonna give me anything in Animal Crossing? I was like, no, and I'm not just gonna, like, allow you to come to my island because I'm streaming. Like, I don't owe you, like, access to my island just because I'm streaming it. Yeah, so I've had a couple of random instances, but it's been usually been pretty good, so, like, it hasn't been too bad. I don't know. I think it all depends on the people, but that's why I always understand when there's people that are like, yeah, we don't raid. When we shout out people, it's someone that we've known for a long time, it's something really, like, special. I'm always like, yeah, I can get that. When, like, that's how they, like, feel about it. I never fault anyone for, like thinking that way. But yeah. So, where was I with my thoughts? Do you ever do that where you start talking about something and you just, like, kind of zone out for a minute and then you're like, oh, that was a thought. The thought is gone. Goodbye, thought. Nice knowing you. It was a pleasure for you to be here. I hope you come back on Tuesday. Oh my god. Kate! What? You just subbed. Why? Thank you. I appreciate you subscribing to me. Yeah, my thought train just, like, derailed completely. And yeah, like, if I had a hype emote, I'd just, like, spam it to you now, but, like, thank you so much. And you're part of the, like, founders of streaming, like, subbing to me. This is, like, the closest I think I've got. I've got these. So, like, you know, there's my hype. I've hyped you with, like, the dancing blobs and party Kirby's. And then, like, the little Kuma bears. If you have BTTV turned on, you can see what they are. If not, it looks very much just like I've spammed you with text. No, it's fine. You didn't put me off. I was just, like, completely surprised. You know, I was just like, hey. Now, what is in this basket? I didn't put food in. I didn't put any food in. No. That's why I had this. Okay. One food. Yeah, you don't have it turned on, so you're missing out on the beautiful the blobs. Here, I have someone else's hype thing that I love, and so I'm gonna use theirs for the minute, so you can just like enjoy being hyped at. Let's see. Oh boy, that's a wall. Here it is. She's amazing. You should go look at her. She's an amazing streamer. In case you're wondering, her name is Baka. Micah. You can call her Micah. She streams in the middle of the night. No, you can't turn them on your phone, sadly. You can only do them on a PC. They were like, okay, in 2017, BT, it was like 2017 or 2018, BTTV was like, oh yeah, well, like, in like the next while, we're just gonna like add support for like BTTV emotes to Twitch. It's been 4 years. Yeah, you just Google it for PC and it like it should show up. Like, you just turn it on in settings and I think download the extension and you should be fine. Interesting factoid, it doesn't actually work in the Twitch app itself. You have to be on like a web browser. So Twitch is just being weird about it. Because tons of people use BTTV. They use them to like attach like emotes to like a stream. But like, for whatever reason, they're just like, nah. I think I'll make sure they're turned on my computer. I think they might, yeah. Because you can actually like get for free. You can attach it to your like channel. And have like 10 random ones, and you can make sure that like your Nightbot or like the bot you use is also subbed to them, and so when you make like alerts, you can attach BTTV emotes. So even if you don't have emotes, you can have like emotes still in your like commands, which is kind of what I did. So even though like it shows as like text on phone and PC, it's like it's actual emotes. There are a lot of extra things that come with it too. Host button, hides some of the watch ads, hides things like offline streamers. Yeah. Yeah, it does the many things. It's definitely a useful, like, thing to have. I added it because, because you can add personalized... What? You just... Oh my god, Katie, you gifted Peanut like... I hope you enjoy the sub badge there. You don't get a founder one because it's been gifted to you, but look, the sub badge worked. It's a little bear that's milk. Thank you for like gifting a sub to Peanut. I don't really know what to say. I mean, there's still time for you Peanut. There's no like, unless Katie like gifts subs to all the people who follow me, you've still got a chance. You're in with you're in with a chance. I'm sorry. I'm just like a little like astounded at the generosity of Kate. I still keep calling you Katie. I'm sorry. I should be getting your name correct for being our first gifter. So you're the top of like the gifting table, and for being one of my the first sub that isn't like my mod or someone I mod for. I'm kind of astounded and shocked. But I really appreciate it. If you'd like, when I get my first animal here in Stardew Valley, if it's tonight, you're welcome to name my first animal. Currently it's the dinosaur, so if that I have the egg for. So if I don't get a farm barn while we're here tonight, you can always, send me a name you'd like for my dinosaur, and you can name the dino. You can like, well, if you'd like to name a dinosaur. I don't know if you have a thing about naming dinosaurs. I am a little overwhelmed. I'm just like, I didn't expect it. I was pretty convinced that like the only subs I was gonna get were gonna be those two people that have already subbed to me. I was in the world of like, you know, I understand like people wouldn't sub to someone who doesn't have any emotes. That's just kind of like the realm of acceptance, because you know people just they need a reason. You know, they're like, hey, I sub for like the cute emotes, or hey, I sub because you like I'm here a lot and I get to spam cute emote. It's usually a lot of people. I'm a paw. A lot of people see it's like sub for emotes, and I don't have any. I just have a lot of cute bear sub badges. That I may or may not eventually make into stickers because I'm fairly proud of them. Although I may lighten the like brown coloring on the bear milk. But yeah, I'm just... yeah, exactly, cute emotes. I have one that's like pending, and then on my day off, the next day off I'm going to work on some more. I'm like making sketches in my spare time of like ones that I think I'd want to make. I just haven't had the time to like try and make them in like Krita yet to like put them forward for to be like analyzed, you know? Cute emotes are a plus. I'm not gonna lie, cute emotes are adorable. There's someone I sub to purely for her emotes because I'm never able to catch her stream because I'm in someone else's, or I'm busy at the time, or a list of other reasons. So Katie, thank you. If you are interested in what? Are you single-handedly trying to like give me a heart attack or like cry? Are you okay? I mean, I like that you managed to hit up a bunch of people who are here a bunch with it. So sweet P-Nugs, Juice Sailshaw, Starmy00, Jessa, and Lazy Stoneheart have all been smacked with a sub. So Katie, thank you. I like just I'm gonna trigger all these just for you. I'm sorry, Jesse, you're about to see a wall of text. Just for you. I don't think I have a bop 5. I think I deleted that one, so we'll do bop 1 again. Yeah, just cash broken. You may have heard the uptick in my voice that just happened there. Whew. I'm just, yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm not broken. I'm perfectly rational. I didn't just, you know, lose it for a minute. I'm you know, I'm fine. Bright side, now other people get to have cute bear sub badges that I made, so power. I don't really know what to say. I didn't expect anything, and like Kate, you're so nice. I will get this right. I will stop saying Katie. Thank you, Jessa. I understand that you've casually just seen like a wall of random emote text. If you could see them, you'd understand that they're all like hyper flash bopping waving things. One of them's a ditto. So there's like a ditto that's just like bopping along like this. This is the kind of thing where you just like, this is the moment where you have like flashing lights and just like casual, just like lights going off, just like as a casual epileptic fit moment. That's kind of what I think of those ones as. I see it and I'm just like, that's a bright light. That's a moment waiting to happen. So just imagine there's like a bunch of like disco music and a ball going. I don't really have like a hype alert thing of like, you did an amazing thing and I don't know what to say. I will think of one. And I will, whenever I use it, I will think of this moment. You just got a globe tonight, couldn't be bothered logging onto your computer. I mean, that's fair enough. I know that like, so I opened up stream tonight and I was like, 7:30, it's time. Because normally I don't start until like 8, because like I have to like make dinner and then eat it. Whereas I just had like shrimp and garlic butter, and I just had to like peel the shrimp and like heat up some garlic butter, and it was like bam, good to go. You meant phone? Yeah, that's fine. I was watching Susan earlier on my phone on the way home. I didn't have any audio, like 0 audio, because I was trying to charge my phone, and Apple's stupid. So Apple, like the only way to like listen to stuff is the same one as you charge through. So I was just like, cool, not listening to it, but I could watch Susan just like relax and have fun. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm still a little shocked. I mean, like, thank you. I'm gonna write you down. I'm gonna make you commemorated as in my mementos. I keep a list of like the big moments that happened to me on Twitch. You're the first person to ever gift me subs, and the first person to get a sub from get one from me for someone that like didn't meet before the stream. So I'm writing it down. First gifter. Want to get your name right? IK17. Yep. You're officially commemorated. You've been commemorated in my like PDF of like the important milestones. Permanent. I have a list, and the list is like for the first person to raid me, the day I became affiliate, my first stream, 100th follower, and first gifter. Incidentally, the first person who like follower, I've only seen them like randomly. I see them in like Animal Crossing Dream Address streams. I never see them anywhere else, but like I know they're still around, and like just for that you're getting one more bop. There you go. Those are all for you. Like the bopping, that one's for you. All you. Ah. Sorry, I'm coming down from like a internal like, did that just happen? Did I like casually just like have a heart attack and like imagine things? No, it happened. The lovely person that is Kate came by, and that's right, I got your name right finally. I stopped calling you Katie. All it took me was like 2 hours. Well, like an hour and a bit. Let's say. So thank you so much. And you've made my like list of important moments. I have down like the first person to ever give me like bits as well, who was like sweet Anners. He was the first, like they were the first person to like give me like bits. Lovely human. Yeah. I'm not having a heart attack. I'm completely shocked. The bright side, we triggered the pronouns. Like the auto pronouns timer. That came out as more of a burp than I intended. Yep, I passed out. Jojo March charged me 25 cents. Okay. I'm fine. I'm doing great. I'm completely in the game. I didn't have just a mini conniption. Thank you. I will. I'll have another bit of water. I'll internally calm down. Oh. Yep.
A few moments later.
See, I knew that was a good sound alert to choose. When I was choosing the sound alerts, I was just like, there's so many good ones. Like, how do you choose, like, what the best one is? Now, gnome, of course, had to happen. Because, you know, I have gnomes. I am thinking of attaching it to, like, the put a gnome on a stream redeem to have it, like, so when that sound alert is triggered, I have to put another gnome on my screen. But That's like a I need to look up and find like good pictures of gnomes moment, you know? Why wouldn't I want to have just like a plethora of gnomes? I can't think of a good reason not to have a plethora of gnomes. At this moment, I'm just becoming a gnome lady. You may ask, why my obsession with gnomes? Good question. I can't entirely explain the gnome obsession, but it did start, I think, partially when I was in this one person's stream, and they're like, hey, you can gnome me. So every time you redeem it, like, there would be a timer, like an internal randomized timer thing, and eventually, if you pressed it enough, like, the gnome would just stay on their screen. Like, the gnome wouldn't leave. It just, like, stay there. And I became mildly obsessed with trying to, like, keep the gnome on their screen for, like, a window of time. And as a result, when it was, like, Animal Crossing came out, and I was like, oh my god, you know what? And then I found the garden gnomes. I was just like, you know what I can do? I can have a, like, gnome hide and seek. So I started out hiding just one of each type of gnome. I went out of my way to find every single type of gnome. I traded with someone to find them all. And then I just, like, yeah, gnome theme, right? And so, like, I just casually, like, had gnomes just on my island. And I was like, okay, I'm a gnome lady. I've come to accept it. I now have 48 gnomes in my challenge, by the way. I've added gnomes. I started out being like, oh yeah, I'll add another, like, 8, and it'll be, like, 32 gnomes. And I was like, you know what, let's make it 40. Make it a big, good number. And then I added 48 more, I added 8 more gnomes. So now we're at 48. What will I do with 48 gnomes? Who knows? There is no place like gnome. No, there is no place like gnome. I'm glad you've come to this, like, conclusion with me. That the real place to be is gnome. Now, I think the only thing I could do today, considering the fact that I have, like, 0 energy, is just wander around and try and find all the berries. Literally, that is literally the only thing that I can do today, because I've just, like, burned through all my energy. This is the sad part about Stardew Valley, and the part that, like, I'm like, I don't want to waste food on just, like, the fact that I had to, like, harvest or water things. It's one of the reasons that, like, the Story of Seasons games, they always make me quit them faster than any of the other, like, crafting or, like these style of simulation games, is, like, I just can't be bothered with the, like, literally all I can do that day is just water it. Literally, that is literally all I can do. Great quote. I mean, I like to think so. If I knew how to add quotes, I'd add it for you. Thank you for following Holly Evie. Welcome to the Bear Cave. I hope you enjoy your time here. Do you want me to make a list of, like, things I should quote? Because I can add that to it if you'd like, once I figure out how to add them. Let me see, do I have that turned on? Quotes, add quotes. No, I don't think I have, like, that added, like, turned on. I actually don't know how to add that in. So I'll have to look that up. You need to do it since it's mod level or above. Okay, well, let's give it a go. Let's see. Circle. Add quote. Brilliant, that's quote 1. Success. Success is mine. Thank you. I know how to mod my own stream. I have no idea why that happened. So Streamlabs likes it, Stream Elements doesn't. Woo. I don't know how to turn that part off for Stream Elements. But hey, we have that to look forward to currently every time anyone wants to need to turn on and off on stream elements doesn't conflict. Needs turned off on stream elements doesn't conflict. Okay. I don't know how to do that. Streamlabs. No, new idea. I'll figure it out later. I will literally look it up later. Okay, so what are we doing? Well, today, I've been given a mild heart attack by Kate. I've been casually, the current day in Stardew is that we're going to find all of these berries, because I like picking them all up because they end up being really useful when it comes to like later on and you want to just have some like cheapo food for the mine, but before you've got like any greater like harvesting going. Hey Bugatti, how you doing? And then yeah, so like we're just doing some like casual like what's the word, foraging? Foraging is the right word. Some casual foraging, because I know that's like a skill as well that to level up, and so like this might level up that if we're lucky. I'm okay. I had a long day at work. It's been an interesting day. Oh yeah, I got a new tablet. I don't know if I've told you. I've been raving about this tablet because like it's like my new like the most exciting thing in my day. So I got this tablet and I'm able to like draw on it so I can draw on my computer. So I made sub badges, which like just like went through, and I now know they work because people in chat have them. But yeah, so like I've been enjoying I've been enjoying using it and having it, and like I'm just glad it worked out. And so it's kind of like my source of joy because work kind of sucks still. I'm gonna stop talking about work because I don't want to like complain about work too much in case someone from work casually like sees this. Because I don't like, it's not that I don't like the people. It's just like the work kind of like messes with you. So I'm done talking about work today. But other than that, it's been pretty good. You know, I decided when I was coming home that I wanted to play some Stardew Valley. I wanted to stream Stardew Valley because I remembered that I had this farm that I'd kind of just casually abandoned. So, stream elements, chat commands, default commands. Scroll down to the add quote and switch the button off. That's saying you okay. I'm gonna copy that message. And I'll do it like once stream is over, because that seems like a hey, I gotta scroll for a minute kind of a moment. So I'll just do that once stream is over. But thank you for telling me. You're essentially like giving me some amazing like tech support advice. I'm like a learn as you go kind of a person with like a lot of the Twitch stuff. I like find something that I know I don't know how to do, and then I end up like deep diving into like tutorials and trying to figure it out. It's what I did with Discord as well, because I like made a Discord, and it was just a big learning curve of like, how do I best learn these things? Well, I can tell. You're very knowledgeable. You're helping me out, and you're not even like in the role of tech support anymore. You're just like, hey, I literally just saw Jazz go in there. I'm definitely satisfied with your support today. Thank you. Because even though like I have a mod, he's still learning as well. So there's some stuff that like he doesn't know either. Which is fine. Like he's here to like help me out when there's like a lot of people, and especially if there's like creepers. Because I always hear, I briefly used to watch this podcast with the people rant, and there's just like people on it would talk about like the creepers they would come into, especially the female streamers, and I've had like run-ins with a couple, even though I wasn't streaming at the time. If you receive a survey after this call, please make sure to provide your honest feedback. Oh my god. No! Not the feedback! Gosh darn it. If I click the wrong direction for the star systems, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Aha! It's a crab. Okay. Sorry, I got very excited because this means we'll have completed the crab pot 1. Brilliant. Hey Willie. How you doing? 2, the crab pot. We're gonna get it. Woo! I always seem to complete the fish one before I complete any of the others, even though like crops. I'm like, even though it takes like roughly the same amount of time, I'm always like, I completed this one first. I think in part it's because you have to like get one. I think that you have to get one crop that's like a ridiculous crop, but I don't know if it's for this one or if it's like for the like one of the friendship ones. You need the red cabbage. I can't remember off the top of my head. Your life depended on the feedback. If you got 90% or better, you got bonuses. Yeah, I don't get bonuses. There's no bonuses at my job. Woo, crab pots. And it opens up the other one. Yeah, I've never been in a job where like the feedback that I got depended on like bonuses of any sort, because I never got bonuses. Okay, we're gonna go drop these, I think. Where do I want to drop them? Okay, we're gonna drop... I might keep 2. I think drop at the farm. And we're gonna drop 1 down here in the ocean. Worst part was, one question was, would you recommend Microsoft services to others? And this was still weighted against me. Yeah, and while your experience at the call has very little chance of changing your opinion toward the Microsoft, yeah. It's like whenever I like talk about my company and they're just like, hey, so would you recommend it to others? And it's just like, if they've had a terrible experience, of course they're never going to. Whatever happened with their experience, they already know how they'd feel about the company itself. So they're like, this encounter would have changed nothing. Like literally nothing of their opinion of whether or not they're gonna recommend us. I mean, all it will change is like our score in relation to like the greater, like our greater scores. Because like there's like a thing that's like neutral scores, like not neutral scores. So like the neutral ones are like, it's nearly like halfway. And then you've got like the ones that entirely swing one way or the other. So, when you circle back to the 2-factor authentication, imagine how that impacted scores. Oh, I bet that had an impact. I bet the minute that came into consideration, it just like fell down a hole. It doesn't seem like something would make people more likely to want to like use Microsoft products. Do I have 3, 4, 5 turnips? Nope, I probably have to buy more turnips. Yeah, I definitely have to buy more turnips. Tomorrow is buying more turnips day. Woo! In the meantime, we're gonna dump these down here and pretend that and forget about them. Cool? Cool. So yeah, like I know that with my job, people will have made up their mind about the service during, like, before your interaction. They may, like, be, like, softened towards the service based on your interaction, but they're likely not going to fully change their opinion. Unfortunately, my job has what I like to consider, like, kind of a minor monopoly on its industry, so it doesn't really have to get better, which is a shame. It can just like continue on as is, and it's fine. Comfy seating. You ever have that moment where you're just like slightly changing the way you're seated, just like suddenly changes you from like I'm uncomfortable to like this is the most comfortable chair ever. Like that's the change that happens when you like mildly change your seating. Or is that just like me? Is it like a me thing? 1 to 5 bad, 6 to 7 neutral, 8 to 9 good. We had to have 70% good level, or we were put into training again. 85% was considered average, and 90 was bonus territory. Okay, you gotta go. We doll woke up, so have a great night and rest of your day. And if you're still going, I will be back, but bye for now. I'm like, that's fine. You go. Like, it was lovely to meet you. I'm still amazed to like the fact you just like dropped a bunch of subs and subbed yourself and stopped by, and like I hope to see you again. And it was lovely to have you here. Like, really, I'm kind of like shocked. But I hope you have a lovely day, and like if we don't see you again, like today, but I hope we see you again sometime soon. All right? You have fun with your like with like, you know, the now woken up, I assume that's child wee doll. What can I say? Kate knows how to take my words away. She makes me breathless. Which I say is a place of like compliment. Me, thank you, lovely. I hope to see you back soon. So yeah, thank you. You've met up with my boss. Take total crap cases and try to fix them. If I got them to 6 to 9 level, kept the score. They were 5 or lower, the score would be assigned to whoever took the first call. Fair enough. With us, we don't have the same thing, so if like they've had terrible service along the line and it's all along the same like case, it all gets lumped just to us, even if they're judging like counting it as based on the other people. Yes, your daughter? I sound upset? About what? Like, about like, the thing, or like the fact that I'm like mildly like taken aback by some of the generosity earlier of like I don't even know how to like word the way it makes me feel. I'm bad at like explaining like emotions and feelings. It's been a constant problem my whole life. So like, you know, sometimes when like I get overly emotional, I'm just like, I don't know how to like tell you. And it's alright, Jesse, you have fun lurking. I'm gonna keep nattering away, because that's my perfect skill set, nattering away. I'm gonna have a chocolate though, because I opened up the chocolate thing here, and I'm just casually staring at it. Like chocolate. Feel good. I can't even express how good it tastes. Where's the rain? I don't mean to lose it at this TV, but I want it to rain. I don't want to have to keep watering stuff every day. You take like the worst cases possible. Like, John, you took mom's credit card and ran up several $1,000 bill, no refunds policies, cases, and still have them saying thank you by the end of the call. I mean, those ones are a challenge, because it's like, they did technically get the service, and they should have known better than to let their kid have the card, but there's like, you have to try and like do your best to try and like fix the situation, I guess. I know that my boyfriend, he had an Optus phone. He switched plans, right? From like a different, or like he upgraded, and they there was a hidden charge fee that they didn't tell him about. Now he wasn't charged for the hidden charge. He was like, he could have paid it at the time, if they'd told him, but they didn't. And so as a result, like, it accrued debt and interest over like a window of time, and it ended up in like the thousands range. It was absolutely insane. And they repeatedly like told him he still had to pay it back, even though he like didn't have the money for it. And I think he's paid it off now, but it took a couple of years for him to fully pay it off because of like financial reasons. And I'm like, why would you do something that could put one of your like customers in that kind of like financial stress position? Shouldn't you be trying to like help them? Now, if we weren't going for Krobus, I think the other option that would have been for like for this farm as like a partner would probably have been Shane. Just because he's like, he has a chicken coop that he brings with him when you like become his partner. He brings like chickens, which I think would really fit in with this farm, considering like the intended outcome of where it's going. Okay, if we can get 4 golden parsnips before or like in the process of picking all these up, then I don't have to go and buy more parsnips. Will I probably buy more parsnips? Yeah, maybe, but like I won't have to, because it already all have the golden parsnip right here. There's 3. Come on, 1 more golden parsnip. Oh my god, yes! We have the 5 golden parsnips. I can officially just like... Yep, there it is. 5 golden parsnips. Bonus. Ugh. You're good at making people happy? Yeah, that's definitely a skill. I'm good with customer service and like keeping people entertained for a period of time. Like just without them like needing any greater like attention. I'm fairly good at that. Or like them needing, like they'll be stressed and like upset, and I'm able to like calm them down with just like talking about other things and distraction. It's a woo-woo kind of moment. Got dinosaur egg. Got the quality crops that I need. Did I give all the spring crops? Okay, so I'm gonna also take like the 2 fruit that I apparently casually ignored that I already had. Come on, you cat. Get out of my parsnips. No one messes with my parsnips. My parsnips! It's not the same as my cabbages! If anyone knows where that's from, bonus points. Okay, I'm just watering the cat. The cat needed watering, apparently. But yeah, just like... Does anyone remember that from, like, Avatar? And they were just, like, always like, my cabbages! Every time, like, cabbages came up. Just, like, casually. Or was that just me, just, like, casually every once in a while just hearing someone yell, not my cabbages! Or, my cabbages! And it was, like, repeatedly, over a window of time, this guy had his cabbages dealt with. Oh, good. So, like, you know, I recently was, like, on someone's island, like, Susan, she was telling me about Legend of Korra, and I remembered, like, the last Airbender island that I saw. So I was on someone, like, was giving a tour of someone's island, and I went and checked out the DA, and they have, like, a full island that's, like, the last Airbender themed. Beautiful island. Like, absolutely amazing. And it's just... It's hard to describe, essentially, and they just, like, they have the best things ever, including a section where it's, like, Iroh when he's singing to his son, and it's, like, that's the last scene that voice actor ever did as the character, because he, like, passed away. It just, like, it broke me. I cried a little. Because that scene, like, that part of the show always makes me cry. And so I was like, alright, we're buying the Avatar. So I bought, like, all of the Avatar seasons. And Korra. Because I was like, yep, we're doing it. So now I own them all. They're in the mail currently. But But then I was like on EB Game, so I was on JB Hi-Fi and I saw that they were doing pre-orders for something, and I was like, okay, that sounds fun. I'll pre-order this for like EB Games. And then just like arrived in the mail today, and I was like, I just ordered it like yesterday. So your pre-order was basically like for a day away? Was that what you were telling me? So I now have Suki in her full like Kyoshi Warriors outfit. Kyoshi Warriors Suki. Because I have Aang up here in Appa. I think I recently was like, I think I bought Katara, Korra, and Iroh recently. And so the only characters I really like a lot, who I don't own figurines for, is, I think Ty Lee, Zuko, Toph, and, Sokka. So those are the only ones that I don't have figurines for. Because the one that's like Aang, it came with Momo. So, like, Momo! Look at him. And then I've got Appa up here. So I have Appa, Momo, and then just, like, the Avatar. And I keep, like, a turtle eraser on his head, just for the fun of it. So, yeah, I was told when I was buying one of them that there was, like, a chance of getting this special version one where he's, like, in the Avatar state. I was like, that's cool. I didn't get Avatar state Aang, in case you're wondering. I got normal Aang. But that's fine. I didn't need Avatar state Aang. I just wanted, like, him when he was, like, doing his, like, wheel thing where it's, like, the ball. I still stand by the fact that I even though I do like Legend of Korra, and I do like some of the episodes and messages and moments in it, the Avatar is still, like, in my opinion, better well written and has more... It has a better way of capturing you into something and then helping you deal with very, like, intense, more adult and mature topics. It was like that was the show that actually taught me some really important, like, life lessons that I ended up going and taking into my, like, a more adult life. So I love the show, and I'm like, well, now I'm gonna own it. So I need one of the cauliflowers. I nearly yelled out cabbages. I very nearly just yelled out cabbages. We're not gonna eat them. We're gonna move them all the way over here, so we make sure not to eat them. No eating. Sokka would be proud. Sokka was a cool character. I still love some of the jokes where he's just like, we should be the boomerang, like, group, and he's just like, boomerang. I loved his, like, very bad, like, dad jokes. If only Sokka knew that he managed to crack up so many people, even though he drove his friends and Katara absolutely nuts. Just like them casually, like, hating on all of his jokes and his boomerang. Even though he managed to successfully keep that boomerang through, like, a second Fire Nation invasion in an attempt to, like, finish wiping out all the benders. Like, that's an achievement. I don't know about anyone else, but I count that up there as, like, achievement level. Achievement level Sokka, like, Sokka's, boomerang. As someone who, like, loses a pen beside her desk, the fact that he managed to keep a hold of that thing, oh boy. Am I proud of him. Even though, like, I always thought that I'd want to be, like, a bender, like, I think Sokka really held his own, considering how many, like, super powerful benders he had around him in, like, his life. Considering that, like, you know, he had a really good dad figure who, even though he, like, wasn't able to always be there, was, like, a pretty decent, like, person in his life. I don't know, I'm very impressed by all of it. Just, like, on an internal level. The Aang being dead with Korra just, like, downright makes me sad. Like, I understand that, like, the Avatar eventually passes on, but, like, I think the main reason I was so against watching Korra for a long time when it came out was that I just didn't want to acknowledge that Aang had passed on. I was like, no. Not happening. I don't want to. I don't want to face it. Which I think is a perfectly like legitimate response. I had a very similar reaction, I think, to the Doctor Who. So when like not David Tennant but Matt Smith's Doctor passed did his essentially like changing into the next version of his next version of the things. I was just like casually couldn't watch the show. I was like, at the time, the person I was dating, they like made me go with, they like took me to watch the first couple episodes of the Capaldi's seasons, like his first couple episodes in like theaters. And I couldn't watch, like, I was mad. I was like, I didn't like it. I acknowledged that he's a good actor and that he put a lot of work into it, and I'm sure he had good seasons. And his plots were interesting. I'll give him that. But I was very upset. Still waiting to see if they do any more of the series. They've been teasing something with Netflix for years, but still nothing. Yeah, they're just being mean at this point. I'm still curious what's gonna happen with that Netflix live action of the Avatar. Honestly, they said it was coming. I'm still waiting. I think that they brought in the creators for Avatar to work on it, and I was like, oh cool, because I don't have a lot of faith in Netflix's live adaptations of like beloved shows from childhood anymore. Not after what they did to Death Note. And then I saw that they brought in the writers from the original show. Apparently those guys have quit now. So that brings me greater not comfort. Because I'm like, oh no, they're gone. What are we gonna do? Does this mean that, like, did they leave for creative differences reasons? Does this mean it's going to be awful? Because Netflix makes good, like, on its own shows. It does some good book adaptations from, like, books. Not manga, books. I'm talking actual physical books that aren't manga, that have never been an anime. It does alright versions of those. Like, I think it did a very good job of the Shadow and Bone series. Everyone who's, like, read it thinks that they've done a good job with that. Don't have the same faith when it comes to, like, manga adaptations. They've been talking both live and anime. Last you heard they're aiming to do more of a bunch of one-off stories that dive deeper into various stories. You know, I wouldn't hate that. I'd actually be kind of down for that. Because people keep telling me that I should read, like, that, I think it's called the, like, there's a story, it's like the 100 Years War or something stories. So, like, the first Avatar backstory thing from Korra. Yeah, like, I wouldn't mind, like, hearing more about past Avatars, even. Or, like, some of the, like, past characters related to past Avatars. Because that stuff sounds really cool. Because I know that the 100 Years War stories is, like, comics, I think. So I really should find those and try and read them. But I'd be interested in seeing, like, spin-off stories, or even them animating the 100-Year War as, like, as an animation. Like, I'd watch it. I'd be down for it. So it would not break the canon of the series and still allow creative freedom. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't want them ruining, like, Avatar. Like, I just don't have as much faith in Netflix anymore when it comes to adaptations. Because they keep trying to make something that they can use as, like, their next big thing. Because I think Stranger Things is, like, coming to a point where I think they're, like, considering wrapping it up, I think. That was something I read. They're doing, like, one of their last seasons or something. Because that show's been going for, like, 6 years now? 5 or 6 years? Because it's around this time that we have, like, a bunch of shows that are all due for wrapping up. Most shows, if they're really good, only go for about 6 seasons. Well, it can't be as bad as the movie that was made. Oh my god. That's a low bar. It is hard to be worse than that movie. I can't just, no. It's a no moment. I was watching someone review, like react to the movie, which is about as close to watching that movie as I can get anymore. And just their reactions every time like Aang's name was pronounced incorrectly. Like that's all you need. That's everything you need to know about the movie, essentially in a nutshell. From the beginning, that's all you need to know. Like, I don't hate the actors that are involved in the movie. The actors weren't terrible. Some of them are very, like, I think, alright. I don't know about the main character, but I know about some of the side ones. I was really happy. Like, I was fine with them being cast. I didn't have a problem, but you think anyone that saw that just... yeah, no, everyone who saw it, we, like, communally had, like, a minor death. Like, our childhood just died in that moment. That's what happened. Our childhood was just like, yeah, so, you know how you wanted to keep your childhood alive for a couple more years with stuff? Sorry, no. We're tapping out. Thanks so much for playing. I heard someone comparing it to the Ember Islands player. You know, I would compare it almost to Aragon the movie. That's what I would compare it to. I would compare it to the Aragon movie. There were CGI elements that weren't terrible. There were some casting choices that weren't terrible. But what were they doing with those plot choices? That's what I think of. I think of Aragon when I think of that. Or like parts of the Hobbit movies. Like, what were they thinking? So that's what I compare. That's what I compare it to. I compare it to like parts of the Hobbit movies and Aragon. Because I actually do enjoy the Aragon like first couple of books, like the first two. The third one I get always tired during. I've yet to finish the fourth one. But I loved parts of Aragon, so Aragon's still, I think, minorly above it. A little bit. But yeah. But that was an in-canon excuse for that movie. Eesk. Nope. Sometimes I look at movie directors. It reminds me of, I was watching like the person who did the Death Note movie. They were doing a like interview, and they're like, "Yeah, we love Death Note. We grew up loving it. It's a great like." It's a great movie, like a great like series and show and book. But we've decided instead of like following the plot, we're just throwing it out the window. We want to take it our own personal direction, you know? We want to go our own way. And that's essentially what they did. They essentially did like a fanfic of Death Note. That's essentially like a bad fanfic of Death Note. Where they like changed parts of the plot. But not in like a cool, creative, ooh, that was really interesting kind of way. You know, like, what did I watch and can I like unburn that from my memory kind of a way. So yeah, like, no. There's occasionally sometimes where I'm like, that movie choice. Did you ask? Did you do a focus group? If so, who was in the focus group? Can we meet the people from the focus group? I'd like to have a chat on like what they were thinking. My favorite focus group is like the one that was for like Jennifer. I think it's Jennifer's Body, the one with like Megan Fox in it. The focus group they did for that, they had like all frat guys, and like all dudes and frat guys for this movie. And the thing is, the director and Megan both talk about how like this movie was intended to be more of a focus on like the friendship and like these other like deeper messages behind the actual plot. And they had to market it to these like frat guys, and everyone hated the movie because it didn't live up to their expectations of like, hey, all of this stuff has like Megan Fox's body just being shown and like these like super sexy scenes, and it's actually like more focused on the story between her and her best friend and like the plot that goes on between them, and like the side note of the fact that Megan was like seriously hurt and she's dealing with trauma, but in like the worst way possible by like attacking other people. So like it had more like depth to the movie, and it's become a cult classic, and it's to the point that apparently enough people have given it a second chance, especially after interviews like the director and Megan have given in more recent times, of like they're willing to like give it a second chance, and there's like talks now of maybe making like what was their movie into a show, like a TV show, because years ago they were trying to beg people to consider this movie and to make it into a TV show, and no one would because they're like, no one's interested. But apparently time does in fact improve the like general conversation towards certain movies, because more people have now given it a chance, because a lot of the people that were their demographic never watched it because of the marketing for the movie, and all the people that did watch it because of the marketing for the movie weren't the audience that they were intending the movie for. Something that just like amazes me about like the ridiculousness and the ridiculousness of like marketing in more modern times. Because the people who did this, by the way, they were Fox. It was a movie done by Fox. And they were like, even if you like look at the extended, like the DVD with the extended features on it, it's just like pictures of like scenes of Megan just like being hot in the movie. That's like the bonus features on the disc. And I'm like, did they watch the movie? Did they? Because even though there's like gore and violence and stuff in it, like that's not the main like focus of the movie and like what they're trying to say. I don't know. Just an interesting like. The movie is partially like the marketing it gets, as well as like to attract the certain types of audiences, alongside like what the movie actually like has in it. It's like I watched Lindsay Ellis. She did a series on The Hobbit. Hey Ray Lynn official, how are you doing? Welcome to the Bear Cave. How are you doing today? And thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was trying to catch a fish. I was very focused on my fish. But how are you doing today? And do you play Stardew Valley? I'm alright. You know, just been playing Stardew Valley and having chats with people for the past couple hours. Having a bit of a chat now about like movies and like the marketing around them or the making around them. Do you have any movies that you'd say like could have been made better? Or like you watched the marketing for them and they were just completely different than what you thought they were gonna be? I don't, but your husband does? Oh, cool. Probably should walk my person to bed. Back to the farm, or as close to the farm as I can get. It's a bit of a walk. Yeah, I have Stardew Valley on Switch, PC, and PlayStation 4. So who knows? Maybe someday in the future I'll figure out how to mod it, and if I get a second screen, I'll do a modded Stardew Valley one. I've never played Stardew Valley modded, like ever. I've only ever played unmodded because I play on Switch mostly. But there are some amazing mods out there. There's a couple of them that I'm like, I wish they would like get officially added into the full game. Like there's one that's like a diversity mod, and like an expansion mod, which expands the size of the farm and expands like the town itself, which are really cool. Was there any fish in this that I need to keep? We're gonna keep one anchovy, one halibut until I figure out if I need it. I think I need the herring. Do. You're wide awake from writing songs? Oh, nice. What kind of songs? Like, you want to share like what they're about, if you don't mind me asking? Like, if you don't want to share, like that's fine too. But you know, I'm just kind of curious, like what kind of music do you like? Oh, I have enough in here for another wooden chest. I do, because I need one now for gemstones. Yeah, we're gonna put this. Can I put it here? No. I'll put it here. We're gonna make it purple. No gemstones down here. Country. Oh, nice. Like, I don't listen to a lot of country music, so I can't ask if it's like a particular kind of like person. But I listen to some on the radio occasionally when it comes on. So, have you been writing like country music for a long time, or just more recently? I know that at one point I like attempted. I'm gonna say attempted with a strong emphasis. To write songs. It didn't go very well, mind you. I'm not what you would call an expert song person by any stretch of the imagination. But you know, it's an attempt. It was mostly when I was a kid, because I did like music class and they were required to like they required a certain amount of like singing. You had to write a couple songs a year. And I just realized that I've been listening to music over the Stardew Valley one, because Stardew Valley doesn't really have music. So I'm gonna have the like desktop music going with like the basic songs of Stardew Valley. So let me know if it trips anyone up. Yeah, for 10 years you've made a successful career out of it? Oh my god. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. I know that like if you've managed to make what you love into a career, then that's the best thing possible. I assume that you like doing it. If you don't, I'm glad that you found something you're good at, but like I'm really happy for you. I'm always happy for anyone who manages to find out like the thing that they love into something that they can do their whole lives, because so many people have to do stuff that they can't stand, that they hate to do, that doesn't make them happy. I say as someone who's currently doing a job that I don't like. But I'm glad that you love it, so that's great. I don't know if I'd have heard any of your songs, because I don't listen to a lot of country, but, you know, like, I'm happy the years are getting around and that you're able to, like, do this for as long as you've been doing it, and I hope you get to continue to do it into the future, too. So I may have heard something that you've worked on. I might not have. And if I have, I may not remember it, because I am what you would call, terrible with names. It's not, like, intentional, it's, like, terrible. So there was this time where I met, a musician from a band that I really love. I really liked this band so much so that it's one of the only CDs I bought in recent years, because I couldn't find it anywhere. And so I was like, you know what I have to do? I have to buy it. So I went out and bought their CD, which is one of the first CDs I bought in, like, 6 or 7 years, because I'm not really a CD buyer anymore, just so I could listen to their music. And I was like 5 feet away from them, and it was a concert, like this big event concert we have here in my hometown, Brisbane. And he walked up and he was like, oh, are you gonna stick around for the next one? I'm like, yeah, we're excited for it. And it turns out he's the lead singer of the band that I was waiting for to watch. That's how much I don't know about the musicians I like. So even like musicians that I like, I don't know. I don't pay enough attention to know their names. I don't know if that makes me a bad music lover or not, but it's just the reality I live. So we're gonna chop some trees, because I need to make 2 more boxes, essentially, because I need to make one for the... Is it 2 or 3? I think it's 3, because I need to make one for near Goa, like near the museum. And I need to make one for near the mine, because honestly, like it's just a matter of like, you know, needing extra like storage spaces for when you go there. Because the worst thing is like you wander all the way to the museum, and you're like, oh hey, I'm now gonna donate, and then it's closed, and you're like, oh no. Not anymore. I'm not donating now. And you have to like walk back with your storage still filled with all the stuff for the museum. So I'm like, you know what? No, we're just gonna dump all the stuff for the museum right at the storage thing right in front of the museum. and it's gonna be fine. You just have to make sure to like hide it from the path a little bit so that way the villagers don't walk through it. Because if the villagers walk through it, it like picks it up, and like all the stuff is like strewn about, and you're like, oh no. So I think I need just one more tree, and that'll be enough. So I may have to go and get like food. Yes, it's just going to take me forever to walk and get food now. Come on, we can do it. Woo! I hope that's enough. Yep, it's enough. Now we're just gonna do the slow back walk to food. I didn't think this through when I walked here. I didn't bring any food with me. I normally am like, oh yeah, I'll carry some small random item, and just on the off chance I'm gonna need it. Nope, not today. Okay, so we'll just eat that. And we'll eat a couple of these. Bam. Did it. Oh man. It doesn't take away the exhaustion, but you know, it's enough. It's enough to make it possible to do other things with the day. Oh. So yeah, I know that I personally, I hope that someday, like, whatever I end up doing, I like doing it. I don't want to end up like hating whatever my future career job is. It would make me sad if I did. You know, because I don't see the point in, like, you only get one life, you only have so long you're here. You may as well spend it doing stuff you actually enjoy doing. Or even, like, I know some people will just, like, work a job so that way they can do what they love doing on the side. Which is also, like, a fair enough moment. So I'm going to the town and the cave. But yeah, so I bought the microphone that I have now for one of like 3 reasons. One, I play music and I heard that it was like a good enough microphone for if you like played music that you like it wouldn't make your music stuff sound horrible. It was a decent one for podcasting, if I ever wanted to do podcasts, which, you know, always an option. I'm not saying no, but I'm not saying yes. And, like, it was good for, like, Twitch/Discord. It hasn't really proven itself with Discord for Discord-related reasons, not microphone-related reasons. But I'm pretty happy with, like, how it's all turned out. I'm glad I made the microphone choice I did, although I do find it amusing when I watch, like, videos of people being like, this microphone sucks, and I'm like, well, it might, but it's also a very popular microphone, so it has to be semi-good, and I understand that it's popular because, like, a lot of streamers would, like, early on would recommend it, so as a result, more people are like, oh, if these early people got it, and it's, like, it's a cheap enough price as well, like, it's not a terrible price. I've been told that another good one to have is, like, the Wave Out. That's one of the Elgato ones. It looks cool, like, and everything, but I kind of like the look more of this one, like, aesthetically. I know that you shouldn't pick a microphone because of how it looks, but I'm sure plenty of people do. I remember watching this video of someone being like, we're gonna rent out the most expensive microphone in existence, just for, like, the day. And, like, the most expensive camera, and just, like, test out and see if they do any better than, like, these cheaper ones. And the thing is, it's not just about the equipment. Some of it is, like, also how you use it, if you know how to use it properly. Like, you could have the best camera in the world, and if you don't know how to put on the right filters and the right settings, like, your photos are gonna look like garbage. And the same can be said for sound. I've seen some, like, overlays from people and, like, some streams from people who have, like, really cheap microphones and headsets, and they look amazing. Like, the quality of their, like, their stream quality and, the look from their cameras and the sound quality is just so great. Like, so good. And I'm like, are you sure they're only using, like, this level of thing? I end up giving that lady her herring. Brig Robin a herring. Okay, we'll go back and get a herring. in just a sec. Nope, only algae. Oh no. You know what today is? It's the cutscene for Joja Mart. It's the cutscene for Joja Mart. You know, Joja Mart needs a jingle, honestly. Considering the fact that they're kind of like the villain of the game, you'd think that they'd have a jingle at least. You know, or like a theme song. They strike me as the kind of people to need like a theme song. Ahem. See, his outfit just screams bad guy. Like, I'm not biased against people who like wear a lot of black. As someone who has a lot of friends who are emo kids, I can say that just wearing black doesn't make you the bad guy. But somewhere between like his behavior, his hair, and his outfit, just like he just like has an aura of bad guy. Of like you know that whatever he says is probably gonna come out with like a little slimy. You know, just an unintended consequence of like the actions and behavior. 50%. Yeah, 50% sale is really gonna cut into Pierre's profits. Unfortunately for him, for little Joja guy here, I'm actually not taking the bait. I'm not getting a Joja Mart. See, the thing is, on PlayStation, in order to get the platinum for Stardew Valley, you actually have to do a run where you do the Joja Mart upgrades. Like, you actually have to. And I'm like, that hurts my soul on like a greater level. Because I'm like, why would I want to do the Joja Mart? Because essentially what you could do is, in order to get all of the like special things, from this, you could essentially just like do all the upgrades for the items that you want. And then, because you don't get the friendships, but I think there's a couple of items you get from the friendships, like from that like bulletin board. So if you go and you do all the ones that relate to the items you want, and then just go and like get the like pay for the last upgrade at Joja Mart, that's like probably the easier way to like do that and just like get that achievement. Still get the items, but it still hurts my soul a little bit. However, I do like the fact that if you play, so with this one, if you don't do the Joja Mart, once Jojo leaves the town, you can actually make the Joja Mart into a movie theater. However, if you do the opposite way around with the community center, you can't actually make the community center into the movie theater. I still don't have any plans to get a Joja Mart. I like a Joja Mart membership. Hey, Angle. Like Angel. Sorry, I called you Angle. Hey, Angel, how you doing? Sadly, you cannot stay long as you just finished. That's okay. They both work. Cool. Yeah. I hope you've been having a good day. Were you like streaming today? Because I think you said you were gonna do It's gonna come to me. I know you said what you were going to do on stream. I don't think it was more of The Hobbit. It might have been more of The Hobbit. Sadly, I've forgotten. I've completely forgotten. I'll check in the Discord later. Your announcements usually say like what game you're playing. You're playing Link's Awakening. That's it. That's exactly. I was thinking about it and I was like, huh, wonder how the Link's Awakening is going. Because I've played a little Link's Awakening. Haven't completed it. I've actually added it to the list of games I wanna, I think, do on stream because it's a fun game. It's really cutesy. It's a good game. It's got some good bonuses to it. Yeah, you had the answer here waiting for me. Well, that's cool. But I hope you had fun playing Link's Awakening, and yeah, that's okay that you can't like stick around. You may have noticed that I like gave you an extra badge, so I hope you enjoy it. I had like 25 of them, and I was just like, cool. Why not? This fairy won't spoil anything. No, it's okay. I've seen like a full playthrough of Link's Awakening. I know everything that happens in it. Nothing's really a surprise. To be fair, I do forget parts of it sometimes, but it's in like a, yeah, I casually don't remember like the exact stuff that happens in the game, but I remember like enough of the game that like I'm not, like nothing could be ruined for me. But it's a really adorable game. It's honestly, I saw it and I got the collector's edition. Okay, cool. You have a big issue with one part. It took me a little bit too long. Yeah, which part is that? Do I have it right here? I do have this. Okay, don't fall over. Items. Give me that greater favor. Boom. Got it out. Nothing fell over. It's all good. So you probably wouldn't have seen this because you just bought it, but I got the special edition of the game that came with the steelbook case with like scenes inside it from the game on the Game Boy. And like an art book. I love this special edition. It's probably one of my favorites. I'm not gonna show you pictures from in here because it's essentially just spoilers. Like beautiful spoilers with like the like artwork they did and plans and like drawings for the houses. Like, I'm gonna show you this page because it's like, look at that. So this is my favorite like special edition that I've gotten for like a game. Downright my favorite. And like, I eventually want to finish this game. Haven't yet. So that's why it's been added to my like list of games I want to stream. Because it'll like give me an excuse to get around to finishing it. Because I'm just like, I don't have like an external reason to finish it. Like, I like the game a lot and it's beautiful, but most of the time, unless I'm streaming a game, I don't normally give it the kind of time because I usually save that for like Animal Crossing or like random other games I'm feeling up for. It's gorgeous. Maybe you will have to show us when, yeah, like I'll show you I'll show you off the book. When you finished it. I'm not gonna show you before because there's like spoilers in the book for like enemies and like areas and like other things. So once you've like completed the game, get back to me and I'll like, yeah, and I'll show it to you, even if it's just in like picture form on Discord of like, hey, here's like the art book, like some of the best pages. Okay, so what are we gonna do with the rest of the day? Do I want to like chop wood, fish, or try and go down? I don't want to try and do the mine. I think I'm gonna save the mine until I like closer to the end of spring. I never really bother with the mine like in the first season. I don't know what it is about the mine, but it always seems like a later in the first year kind of event. I know some people who don't even bother with the mine at all until winter. Let's see, what fishes? So I'm the sucker who loves catching fish in this game and completing what I essentially like to call the fish decks. I have a lot of ocean fish. River fish, river, pond, small, ocean, river. A lot. I've caught mostly river fish. Ocean fish day it is. Winter is for fishing? I mean, winter can be for fishing, but if you only fish in winter, then you don't get all of the fish, which essentially eliminates your ability to do the fish decks. Yes, I am now calling it the fish decks. But yeah, you know, like, Link's Awakening kind of, like, there's a couple of games with that, like, kind of cutesy art style that I think kind of masks the fact that even though they are they have their moments of being easy, they are, in fact, like, challenging games. Which isn't a problem. Like, I don't mind a challenging game. It's just, like, the cutesiness is hiding it from me. Thank you so much. But I really do like Link's Awakening. I think it's actually probably like a good starter game for people when they have a Switch for like Zelda, because Breath of the Wild is a huge game. Like, the thing is massive, and the Koroks have broken more than a few people trying to get all 900 of those suckers. But and like Skyward Sword is cool and all, but it's not what I would classify as like one of the easier Zelda games to get into. Like, it's a cool game, and I actually have it, and I'm like, I'm split between playing it on stream or playing it in my own time. Like, just on my own, like, over a period of time. Link's Awakening reminds you of Resident Evil? Oh, how so? You obviously... I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but once you reach the end of the game, I'm gonna ask you your opinion of one specific area in relation to what you've said so far about Link's Awakening. In case you, like, you do or don't, like, end up there. Because I'm kind of curious, like, what you think of it. Just the maze, like, design. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Link's Awakening is very much like the older classic games, because it is a remake from that era. Of, like, you have to backtrack a lot, because you have to, like, find the right bits to get into the right places, and without those pieces, like, there's just areas you can't get to, and things that are, like, locked off to you. It's very much from that era of, like, the entire game is a puzzle. The early Resident Evil games are very similar. Huh. Good to know. I've never played any of the Resident Evil games. All I know about the Resident Evil games is, like, what I've seen from a Nintendo Direct, little bits I've seen from a couple people's streams, and, like, all of the memes from the latest Resident Evil game with, like, the big evil vampire witch lady, and people being like, crush me! So that's all I know about Resident Evil. Oh, that lady really did become a meme for a while. Everyone just saw her and they were just like, yep, she can kill us. That's fine. Just crush us. We're good. If it's you, it's fine. So, oh, yeah. I'm trying to decide what games I want to play in October, because I want to play a couple of scary games. Not many, but like a couple of like medium-sized to shorter horror games. I already have 3 of them decided, but I'm trying to decide on the 4th one, because there's 4 weeks in October, and 3 of the ones, the 2 of the ones I'm picking are very short games. One of them is a little longer, and I'm like, I don't mind if that one, like, I start it before October starts, and then have to finish it after October ends, because I think it's fine to do it across, or like, either start it before October, end it before October, because it's a kind of game you could play for a longer window of time, and that's fine, which is Luigi's Mansion 3, because I've never finished it. I've played part of it, haven't finished it, but I'm trying to decide on, like, the 4th game I want to do for October. Like, along with some Animal Crossing thrown in for, like, autumn decorating, because, you know, why not? So the early, so you need to get back. Oh yeah, Blair Witch is good. You played it last year. Yeah. I like the other games that I've, like, picked. So I have, what am I talking? I was going to do Little Nightmares 1 and 2. Now, Little Nightmares 1, I've seen played, but it's been a while, so I've actually forgotten, like, a lot of the puzzles. I remember the areas, and I appreciate, and, like, I know a lot more about the game, so, like, I plan on, like, spinning some facts when I play of, like, this is that thing about this area, and although I won't be, like, spoiled for certain things, they still cause a reaction in me even now. The second one horrifies me. The second one full-blown horrifies me, so I may not actually finish that one. That one I may just, like, play part of, because so I watched someone playing the second one, like, I fully watched them play through it, and I reacted so badly to it that I couldn't go to sleep properly for, like, geez, like 2 weeks. I would, like, my sleeping pattern was totally messed up. like, I didn't go to sleep at all on the first night after watching it. Like, it's a really good game. It's done very well, but I'm just like, do I want, like, I'm still deciding if I want to play it. Hence the, like, the fourth game, because I'm like, if I decide not to play The Last of Us 2, well, not The Last of Us 2, the Little Nightmares 2. I keep calling it The Last of Us 2. Little Nightmares 2. I'll play a different one, but I do plan on like trying to complete Luigi. Yeah, I would. But I have work, so unless I do it on Saturday, I can't stream it during the day. So if I do it at all, it'll have to be on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Otherwise I probably won't do it at all, and I'll just play like something else. So we'll see when I like get to October. It's currently August, so I've got like a month to decide, but I'm trying to decide on the fourth game. Oh yeah, that's right. Food. Did the food. Okay. So yeah, I'm still making up my minds about stuff. But I'm glad you like. I think your stream went well. I just keep messing up my words today. Like I'm having the trouble sometimes completing the sentences. I've been baffled since. I've been having trouble since someone showed up in the stream earlier. I was like, hey, surprise, 5 gifted subs. And I was like, oh. I appreciate. I don't know what to say, and I've just been like casually trying to pick up the ability to speak words again ever since. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was just like, cool. Like, they subbed and then they gifted 5 subs, and I was like, thank you? Are you okay? So and they managed, the 5 subs, like, managed to hit some, like, of the regular people who show up here, so I was like, oh. Like, it hit Jessa and, Stoneheart, so that's, like, and a couple of other people I recognize the names of, so, like, that was cool. So, it was really nice of them, and, you know, I offered to name my first dinosaur after let them name the first dino, but, yeah. Yeah, sometimes people are the nicest ever. Like, you're always surprised when, like, super lovely people show up and, like, end up in your space. So, yeah, so she was really nice. And, bright side, my sub badges didn't look awful, so bonus. I still think I might end up editing one of them again, to change up the coloring a little bit, but yeah, it's a good start. I'm kind of curious what the badges can look like into the future, but, you know, I'm liking the way that it looks so far. I can't normally, like, tell when it's, like, you and when there's people who's subbing at the moment, because, like, they're still covered by the founders badges at the moment, the first, so you don't see the actual sub badge, so it has to be someone that was gifted in order for me to see what it looked like. And I like how it's looked, because it's a little milk carton that's a bear. The ears, I'm still like, could have changed them a little bit, but I kind of like it. It's derpy. It's 12 AM, I should head back to the farm. I was talking and I didn't even see, like, the level of passed out my character was about to be. But I'm glad you liked Link's Awakening. I've seen part of it played, and, like, well, I've seen all of it played, just in bits, and I've played parts of it myself, and it's a great game. I'm glad they did that one as their remaster, like, remake. I am still kind of hoping that they'll do something for the 35th anniversary for Zelda, because currently they've done nothing. And I'm still kind of hoping that they'll surprise us and be like, surprise! Lol jokes, you thought we weren't doing anything for Zelda? Well, we are doing something for Zelda, and it's all of these cool things. We just didn't want to tell you. Teehee. I'm still kind of hoping they'll pull a, like, lol, you believed us? Currently they're still at a, yeah, this is the way things are moment, but you never know. Maybe things will change. I'm open to seeing the possibility for a future Zelda related thing. This will have to go in there. Did I actually have anything? I don't know. I'm still hoping that they'll do like Ocarina of Time on and Majora's Mask on the Switch, so I can finally play them. Or Wind Waker. I would love that kind of a trilogy. Those 3 games released, because even though technically I own Ocarina and Majora's on 3DS, I've never felt the need to play them on the 3DS. So I could technically just play through them there, but my internal hope is that maybe they'd release them. Because they said that they do one Zelda game a year, and they have technically kept to that with Skyward Sword, because Skyward Sword is technically, like, it's been remastered, so you could, I guess, count it as a new game, I suppose. I don't really count it, but you, in theory, you could count it as one. So yeah, apparently there was like an issue though. Oh, tomorrow it's gonna rain. Excellent. Request for fresh cauliflower. Okay. But yeah, so like my hope is that they do a bunch of things, including Animal Crossing items. My main reason that I want them to do something for Zelda is Animal Crossing items. Like nothing else would excite me more than just Animal Crossing items. They don't even have to announce what the AC items are yet. They can just like surprise dump them. I wouldn't care. AC. Yes, no matter what other game I play, the true love of my heart will remain Animal Crossing. It's not intentional. It's just, it happens that way. You're like, oh my god, Animal Crossing. How are you doing today? Yeah, I was looking in the Animal Crossing channel, so I just casually always have a tab open of like of the Animal Crossing people that are live, and I was just like, oh my god, we could do Animal Crossing today. I was like, no, Rachel, like me, myself, Rox, Rach, you said to yourself you weren't gonna play Animal Crossing every day. You played Animal Crossing yesterday in your own time. You streamed Animal Crossing like just before. I know it's like yourself, and you're like you wanna like keep decorating like the train station, but you gotta stay strong. You gotta calm down. Cause I started to decorate the train station. So I terraformed the area that's gonna be the train station, because I was like, no one wants to watch terraforming on stream. Wrong. I've seen someone sit down and watch 4 hours, like 8 hours of someone just terraforming an island. So obviously, nonsense. I was just like, I want to do some decorating. So I terraformed the area that's going to be the train station, and I dumped a bunch of stuff down there, and I was like, oh cool. And I went to start placing it, and I was like, hold up. You promised yourself you weren't going to do this. You were going to decorate it on stream. And so I had to walk away. I had to put a big fence right through where it is and be like, no, you can't go in there. It's off limits. No rocks is allowed. You're not allowed. So I'm mildly hopeless when it comes to decorating, when it comes to just sticking to it on stream, because I put the train line down. So I looked up the train line codes and I picked one, and I just put down the whole train line path. I dumped coins down in a row. I placed up a standee of no face at the end of the coin line. I was like, what did you just say? What did you just say to yourself about decorating? Nothing can be done. It's already happened. There's no going back. The decorating already occurred. I'm mildly hopeless. So essentially I was just like, no, can't do it. So I haven't played Animal Crossing today. I didn't play any yesterday. Because I'm like, if you go back in, you're just gonna try and start decorating again. It's a sickness. I made a list of other areas that I wanted to decorate as well. Yeah, no worries. You have a lovely rest of your evening, because it is 11 o'clock, to be fair. So you probably should be having a rest and relaxing after stream. Yeah, thank you. I will. I'm planning on streaming for probably Another hour and a half-ish, 2 hours. Because I've decided to get a timer for myself of like how long I can stream for on work week during the week. But thank you. You have a lovely rest of your evening too, and I'll see you in like the Discord or in your stream or here. I watered that already. I watered this already. I'm re-watering plants. I'm double watering the plants. This is like watering the cat. I've seen someone just like casually be like, yeah, Stardew Valley cat needs watering. I'm like, since when? Since when does this cat need watering? Alright, we're giving this one to Jody. We're gonna take 10 of these. And we're just gonna eat them. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. We're just gonna eat some of the fruit. Some of the fruits. And just, you know, go do some fishing maybe. I'm entirely hopeless. I'm entirely a hopeless, like, fisherman at heart. It's just the way I am. I'm like, haha. Fishing time. Woo. It's Friday. You know what this means? Caravan lady. Why am I going through the grass when I can go around the grass? See, I'm still trying to decide, like, what kind of plans I want to make in relation to this whole area when it comes to, like, farming. So some of it I know I'm just gonna make into, like, cropland. I'm just gonna, like, stick some watering things in there and just, like, let it be crops. Some of it is gonna be just greater storage. And some of it is going to exclusively be barns. Yes. What does she have? Please have something useful. Fairy, tulip, sandfish. Ooh, sandfish. I'll need the seed. But however, we're gonna buy the sandfish. Fishies. Oh, the fishies. Fish, fish, fish. Fishing time. It is time for the fishing. And yes, thank you. I do know that I am not what you would call an expert singer. However, I'm apparently going to use swords on children. Thanks, Jazz. It's a good thing that the swords only partially work, and I'm not actually, like, skewering the people. Flies. Animals. I can buy any of the animals currently. Alright, is that actually an achievement thing to, like... Yeah, okay. Let's go back and get the Joja Cola. We're gonna give Jody her, like, thingy. It's all gonna work out fine. The next goal is gonna be to get the money we need. So we're gonna fish to get the money we need to build the coop. Because that's what I need. I need a farm coop. Because I want my chickens. Because you know what the chickens don't need? Energy. The chickens don't require energy to make them. To, like, do things with them. Cows do. Chickens don't. I came back here for something. Cola, that's it. I came back here for the Joja Cola. Cola. So we're gonna put this one all the way down here. So I don't accidentally give it to someone or eat it. Because even though it's not difficult to, like, get a sandfish, all you have to do is, like, go to the desert. It's a pain in the butt. As, like, exotic fish goes. Because the other ones, you can get all of them fairly easily in the mine. You just, like, you go over the mine, you're like, ooh, what am I gonna get today? And you're like, bam, fish. Oh, and we're also gonna make fishing ponds. So there's gonna be a section that's just gonna be, like, fishing ponds and silos. So there's gonna be a small section that's just silos. There's gonna be a section that's just fishing ponds. There's gonna be the barns, a small section that's crops, because some of the crops are actually fairly useful in, like, the short run, or, like, during certain seasons. So, like, berries, we just have to plan out, like, the squares to make sure that we're doing the squares correctly, so that we've got, like, proper sizing of, like, reasonable ones. So I actually might sit down and do, like, a base plan of, like, where I think, how many like actual sprinklers I think I'm gonna need, and how many of each building. So that way I have like a plan of like how much I actually need to like work towards. So we're not just like randomly making a building and be like, oh no, there's no space for this building that I made and devoted all this time to. Because that's always a terrible idea. Oh yeah, wizard. Wizard. We're off to see the wizard. Wonderful Wizard of Blah. No, I'm not going to say its name. We're not going to sing that song. Is DMCA. I don't know if singing Wonder the Wizard of Oz is gonna cause me any problems. Okay. Cola. Yeah. The money is for the request. I actually knew someone who, when they were playing Stardew Valley, didn't realize you had to go into the requests, like in here, and like accept it to get the money. And I told them, and they just like casually cashed in like several, like a good chunk of money. I was like, what were you doing all this time? Did you not realize that you needed to cash these things? And they're like, no. I'm like, how? Did you not think you were supposed to get a reward for doing these things? I'm like, we thought the reward was just like the fact you completed the requests as part of the achievement. I was like, since when? This is Stardew Valley, not like some other random game. I'm amazed. I'm downright amazed. I'm still amazed. But oh well, I told them and they were like, oh, cool. And they like went and collected like a ton of money, which at the time was actually what they needed to finish their coop. Because they were trying to like upgrade to the like deluxe coop, I think. So it worked out for them in the end. It was just a moment of like, really? But why? Really? But why? Really? But why? Or rather, but how? That's always like a wonder of like, you see someone do something, you're like, Well, like I can see that that's what you've chosen to do. The question is, why did you choose to do that? Okay, is Jody here? Is Jody here? Or do I have to look up where Jody is? I bet she's in. We're gonna try Pierre's. She only goes to like one of a half a dozen places. There's like here. Sam's trying to do a kickflip. There's like up here with Caroline and those guys. There's here in the square with like Evelyn and the other like ladies. And then there's like over here. She does. I don't think today is her like. She's not here. Could she be? Okay, oh wait a minute, she could be near the tree. She could be up the top. I don't think today is her like doctor's day. I'm pretty sure it's not. So she's either in the doctor's or she's in the museum. Which I actually think I haven't brought over the things I need to donate. I'm not donating the dinosaur egg, I'm not that crazy. I'm talking about like the spiral soft thing. There's Linus here, there's Penny. Where are you? Jody? Jody? That's disappointing. Wherefore art thou, Judy? Wherefore art thou? Are you in the doctor's? Is this how I find out now? It's locked. It's locked. Okay, there's you. Where's Jody? We're gonna check the house again because Sam's moved. So maybe Jody's moved. Nope. Nopey nope nopin'. She ain't there. She is still absentee. Okay. She's not there. She doesn't go to the beach. Because obviously she doesn't like her toes in the sand. That's not really her thing. I swear, if she's not in the bar, she's not in here for a good time and a drink. Oh my god! Hey, Abe Doritos. Thanks for hosting my stream. That's really nice of you. I hope you're doing all right. I think you managed to find the villager. Did you find the villager you were hunting for the other day? Because I think you were still looking for one. But yeah, like, thanks for hosting me. I'm glad to see you, like, around. Even if you're just, like, lurking away. There's nothing wrong with, like, lurking. You enjoy your lurk. Leah, do you know where Jody is? Come on, I'm wasting the day looking for Jody. Pierre, got any answers for me? Got any answers for me, bud? Alright, here's Robin. Here's Demetrius. Neither of them know. Haha! Where were you? You know, I'm almost sad giving this to you. It better have been worth it. It better have been worth it. You know, it was kind of worth it. Hey Shane, how you doing? We're gonna go talk to George. Because I like George. I like making friends with George and Evelyn first. They're honestly my favorites on like a greater level to become pals with. You know, the old lady couple. So you're about to get to bed at 6 a.m. Haven't found your villager yet, thanks for asking. No worries. I thought I'd ask because like I didn't catch your last stream and I know you were looking. So I was kind of hoping you'd found him because I think you were through a lot of tickets. And yeah, it's 6 a.m. for you. You should definitely go to bed now. It's the same thing I tell Susan when she stops by. Because she's always like, it's 5 a.m. I'm like, go to bed. You shouldn't be here. I appreciate you stopping by. But like, you need sleep. So, I really should invest in a like, timeout, you need to be in bed moment. But thank you for hosting the stream even though you need to go to bed. Go to bed. I don't know why I nearly said Betty bye. Like we're all three. But it's the thing that initially pops to my mind. Yeah, because I know it's 11-ish here. And I know a streamer who... She streams at 10 o'clock. Like on your time. And she usually starts about 3 a.m. our time. Betty. Yeah, it do be like that. Yeah, so she's normally starting when it's about 3 a.m. my time, so I only catch like the last hour of her stream usually. So you must be tired. Although you seem to stream a lot later. There's a couple of like East Coast streamers that I noticed that they play like at good Australian times. So they have like a fairly large Australian audience based off it. At least that's what I assume. But yeah. I appreciate you like stopping by and letting me know, because I was kind of curious like where the villager hunt had been going. As like a casual, not completely invested observer, but like an observing enough. Yeah, you sleep a lot during the day. You know, I understand that. I've been a uni student for most of my adult life now, and honestly, going and crashing, just like casually, can be the best thing. It's hard not to like a good like crash during the day, a good nap. Let's see, is there anything down here? It's gonna rain tomorrow, and I didn't buy any seeds. It's okay. I wasn't really invested in planting anything in this spring. I really hate planting without sprinklers. I plant what is necessary. I'm a disaster when it comes to the crops in this game. I hate doing crops. I'm like a big fisher person. I like animals. I really don't like crops. I do what's required for like the achievements and the recipes and like getting each of the items for the community center. That's really about where my like crop interest dies off until like I hit about berry population time where I just buy a ton of blueberries and just like mass plot them every year. So I have like one major crop that I repeatedly just do, and then like a small selection of flowers that I gift away. That I use purely in the area for their honey related reasons. Whew. So, me and fishing is probably like the main thing I do in basically every one of these kinds of games, no matter what. You seem to spend most of your time in Stardew canoodling with the village. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like that this game has a wide variety of ways to play it. So I've seen the ones that are like, they're purely like mining people. They spend all their time in the mine, like building up, completing like all the different mines and like getting all the items. There's that brand. There's the one that like spends more of their time with villagers. There's the ones that like me focus on more on like a particular craft. And then you have like the ones who are like, we're very crop focused. We want like a productive farm. Your boyfriend loves mining, but you never really do it. But yeah, I do it just to unlock the mine, to have access to all the levels purely for like achievements. So like there's certain like quests sometimes that'll be like, hey, can you just like go and do this in the mine and then you can have this. And so like I'll occasionally, so I do mining just to unlock everything so I can do those kinds of achievements and quests and get specific items when requested. Because I'm an achievement hunter. And I love getting all of the achievements that I can. So one of them is like completing requests. So essentially that's where that comes down into, of like, I'm trying to complete every single request. So I needed to like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the mining. It's kind of like a waste of time for me a lot of the time, and I'm always like, oh, it's so random, I can't find anything. So I only go in there when I need to, and to unlock it as much as I need to. I basically never bother with the desert mine. They're like, oh, go into it for iridium, and I'm like, there are easier ways to get iridium. So many easier ways to get iridium. You don't need to do the mine for it. Because they're like, oh, do it for the sprinklers. And I'm like, you don't really need to do it for the sprinklers. If you manage by some miracle unlock, like, that item you can get from, getting a certain percentage with Grandpa, and then, like, buying the sprinklers from Krobos by getting enough money every single week to buy a sprinkler from him, you don't need to craft them. It's not a necessity. It's rad, you get all the achievements in certain games. Yeah, Stardew Valley is my favorite to get all the achievements in, especially on Switch. So on PlayStation, I don't really like it as much because you can only do it once. Because their achievements are locked into trophies. Whereas, like, it's like physically like just a tab here. Just like casually. And so I'm like, I feel more motivated to complete the achievements inside Stardew Valley in Switch than I do in like PlayStation. I just don't have the same like level of motivation or care for it. I don't know what it is. Oh, it is 12:20. I need to head back to the farm so my villager here can sleep. It's like I need the glow ring. The glow ring you can only get on specific levels, so I farm those levels just for the glow ring until I get the glow ring, either from there or from one of the achievement, like one of the community center unlockables, and then I'm like, cool, glow ring achieved. There is, however, a brief window sometimes where I'll just set out torches, so I might end up doing that again. If I get like a lot more wood, because I just need enough to like make. So I might plant a bunch of trees and then like cut them down once they fully grow, and essentially just make a ton of torches to outline around the whole town. Because I normally do that at a certain point, like light up the town with torches. I just haven't done it yet. So currently my island is very dark and gloomy. Tomorrow's going to be sunny. Woo! Oh, good. I don't even need to worry about whether or not these things are like need the rain, because you know, it's all they've all grown. It's only the cauliflowers, and they'll be grown by tomorrow. I'm not, as you can see, a big crop fan of the crops. Is that a thing? I'm cropist? Yeah, I think I'm cropist. Bullhead, I don't know if I need one of those. I gotta check first before I sell it. Do I need a bullhead and a carp? This is for the fish tank. Specialty fish. Nope. Nope. Already got it. Nope. Okay, I can sell it. I'm gonna keep one of each of these, just in case for... You never know, maybe someone will request it. Cropist? Nice. Yeah, I'm very cropist. It is a real shame. I did think I was, you know, above it, but it's moments like this where I've come to realize, like, I'm just one of the people, you know, an everyday kind of a person who just, like, occasionally doesn't enjoy certain crops. Okay, we're just gonna plant all these seeds here. Honestly, see what kind of nature comes out of it to just, like, cut down more trees. Okie dokie, all those should grow. I don't know, it's like when I was younger, I used to use this saying where people would be like, oh my god, why don't you like this sauce? And I'd be like, well, I'm saucist. So obviously I can only have the best sauce, and that sauce is not the best. So why would I want it? I mean, who wants, like, a below average sauce? I was a weird child, but it's okay. I've come to peace with, like, my more intense quirks. Don't go in the river. Tree, I want you to fall away from the river. Just do me that greater favor. Yes, it didn't go in the river. Excellent. Yes. We're gonna chop all these down and plant them again. Who wants a below average sauce? I mean, some sauces people are, like, adamant that they are the best sauce. And I'm like, no, that is a below average sauce. That is a subpar sauce. Why would you want a subpar sauce? And they're like, it's not a subpar sauce. And I'm like, well, do you hear people going, you know what? I want more of that sauce. And I'm like, no. I mean, not all the time. And I'm like, well then, I mean, if you only hear it an average amount of time, then obviously it's not like, the best sauce. It's only subpar. You know? You don't hear people, like, this was, I think, about tomato sauce. Or like a type of gravy at the time. I was comparing it to barbecue sauce. Because here in Australia, barbecue sauce is, like, the main sauce. Like, it's the go-to. You put barbecue on, like, pizzas, you put barbecue on chips, you put barbecue on everything. No subpar for me is sauce for me, totally. I want the sauce people are writing for. Exactly! You know, it's just not the same. Like, you don't see, like, tomato-flavored, like, crackers. I mean, if you do, I don't wanna... That's not a world I wanna live in, but... You know, who wants tomato-flavored crackers? Honestly, I've never heard of a thing. But, you know, I'm willing to be surprised. Maybe someday someone can convince me that, like, this sauce that I was arguing about, that I'm pretty sure was tomato sauce now that I'm thinking about it, that it's like, it's not a subpar sauce. It has a greater merit. Now, is it as good as barbecue sauce? Canada has ketchup chips, so that's almost, yeah. Leave it to the Canadians. I should have known. Sorry. I make that joke of like, oh, I heard about this thing in Canada. I'm like, oh yeah. Sounds about right. It's only in Canada. I make that joke because there are a lot of Canadians here in Australia. You wouldn't know it, but there is an awful lot of Canadians here. I went to a USA versus Canada hockey game that was held here, and it was like 6-1 Americans, like Canadians versus Americans, like in-person people. It was just like a sea of Canadians and people like rooting for Canada. Oh, I don't know if maybe the US is just less likable in more recent years, or there were just like an abnormal number of Canadians here. And I've run into a lot of Canadians here. Cause it's like, it's a good destination to go to. college is pretty cheap, and because they're part of the Commonwealth, they can actually, like, they can stay here for 2 years on a work visa. So, like, you get a lot of Canadians. I'm gonna do the slow walk back. Do I have any food on me? No. No, I thought, hey, let's go mining without food. I keep meaning to come back down to this one and be like, clear out the mine. Like, I was trying to, like, intentionally every once in a while, like, clear out the mine, because this is the mining farm. Completely spaced on it. I was just like, nah, I don't need to clear out this. It's fine. It's all good. I can go down here and mine, and I won't pass out. Joke's on me. I'm just in, like, slow mode, so it's taking me an hour to walk from one end of the farm to the other. But yeah, like, you always find, like, the strangest things floating about, just, like, as an option. So I might have to look into this whole, like, tomato chips thing, because that's something new to me. Oh, 9. Okay, food. Slow mode, that's your favorite mode? I mean, I'm not surprised. How did that, like, you drank that whole bottle of some kind of, like, drink? You said it was, like, TC something? I was pretty little when I moved here, and I'm not what you would call an expert on, like, drugs of any kind, so I was kind of curious, like, what that was. I was like, I know you said it's legal in Washington State. It's probably not legal here in Australia. So I've never heard of it. The closest, like, there's a shop here that does, like, random drugs you can get. The, like, legal ones. So, like, catnip, I think, is around, and a couple other things. Oh, okay. So it was like, it was drinkable cannabis. Okay. Like, I'd never heard of it before, so I was kind of curious, and I figured it was probably something along those lines, because, when you said, like, only certain states, like, it was in Washington State, and, like, only certain states could probably get it. Because I know the, like, why do I keep saying East Coast? It's West Coast. I'm not what you call proficient in a compass. But alright, we're just gonna buy a bunch of parsnips. Alright, that's essentially what's happening. We're spending all of our money on parsnips. I lied to myself. It only takes 4 days. We're just gonna make a ton of parsnips and sell them all. So it's going to suck as far as, like, moving around goes, but it's gonna be fine. Yeah, like, half of the US and Canada has yeah, I knew parts of Canada, but, like, part of the US, but I didn't know about all of Canada. So that's cool to know. Yeah, because most of what I know is, like, that I learned in more recent times was from, like, I think it's called, like, 420 friendly, like, streams. So there's a couple places that I know that are, like, friendly on that kind of, like, subjects and like, people using it. So, my chest is gone. I think I can probably get it in Lost and Found, so I'll go get it in Lost and Found. But I'm gonna have to find a new place for it again. Because I know you can put it up here. I left one out here for ages and nothing happened. So I know it can be left out here. I may just have to leave it farther back. Well, it's a bummer that my chest is gone, but I think it should be in Lewis's Lost and Found. Oh, it's gone. Oh well, that's oh well. I swear there must be like a chest, like a thief of these things. The fishing pots, you'd never get fish without them. It's just, yeah, I love them. In my last farm, I usually use them for trash fishing. Because you can turn trash into, like, cotton. So I'd stick a bunch of these all around, and I picked the option which, like, when you level up your fishing, where you can get, like, the option where it's no bait in the fishing pots. So I chose that, and then I, like, didn't have to worry about, like, trying to get, you know, like, trying to get fish. Like to get, what am I talking about? So I didn't have to worry about trying to get sheep earlier on, because I already had cotton, so I was able to finish out the community center without having to wait for me to get sheep. I can speak words. Sometimes I trip over my words, and I'm like, oh no. What's happening? It's just I'm a special cookie sometimes. That's what it comes down to. Yes, treasure chest. Don't go away, fishies. I want... Concentration. Come on, I want the treasure chest, fishy. It's gonna be fine. Troller, I know, I believe in you. This is the kind of, like, finicky fish where you're like, yeah, you're probably something, like, completely not worth this trouble, but you're just being just enough of a pain that you're like, oh my god. Those are the kinds of fish that it, like, does my head in, because I'm like, the movement of the fish. It's like, it's just enough to drive you mental. That's why I like the bigger fishing rod, because it's got the bigger one, so I'm like, it just floats around within it, and I'm like, not my problem. Yeah, like, I'll trip over my words all the time, and I'm like, to be fair, I do speak 3 languages, so I trip over my words in all 3 of them. And sometimes I, like, jumble up words. It's not on purpose, it's just like my brain has trouble sometimes, like, computing out the words I need. I considered putting down on, like, my stream thing of like, hey, people from these 2 languages can also talk here. But I was like, I'm not proficient enough to understand fully a lot of what they'd say, so I'd feel bad being like, I appreciate that you're here, but I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'd have to just, like, Google Translate all of it to make sure that it wasn't something awful. Which sounded like a lot more work while it's, like, just me as, like, a smaller streamer. Because I do count myself as a smaller streamer. Because that's what I am. Okay, we're gonna get this fishing chest this time. And the fish isn't gonna move and cause me problems. No! I caused myself problems. But yeah, I have something for myself for after stream. I went and got myself a Jello cup. So after stream I get to have a blackcurrant Jello cup. I'm very pleased. I don't know if you would know this, but there's a company here we call, like, it's called Airplane Jelly. They're like the big jelly company here. Like the most well-known one, at least. And they have this song, and basically, like, you know that someone grew up here during, like, the 2000s, if they can sing this song word for word. It's not a complicated song. There's a reason it was an effective jingle for getting kids to buy their jelly. It could. It's basically just like, I love airplane jelly for me. And it basically, like, does a couple other little lines and then continues on with that. It was a very effective ad, and most people, if they hear that, they'll know. It's like there's this ad that was like this couple. It was an insurance ad, and he was just like, yeah, the boat came out of nowhere. I didn't see it. And then his, like, wife is behind him with, like, a sheet over the, like, she puts, like, a towel over her face, and she's just, like, wandering around like this, being like, charter boat? What charter boat? Just, like, essentially mocking his inability to, like, see this boat that he, like, crashed into. It was a pretty funny ad at the time, and it's basically, like, what came out of it was just, like, the meme of, like, charter boat? What charter boat? And we had another one that was for, like, the internet, and it was basically, like, like get the internet so you can like look up stuff, because this kid is an ad of like a kid asking his parent like, hey, why was the Great Wall of China built? And the dad just answers like, to keep the rabbits out. Which, by the way, there's a thing called the rabbit-proof fence here in Australia. There's a whole movie called The Rabbit-Proof Fence, unrelated. But like they put it in to like keep the rabbits out of like agricultural land, or at least as many of them. So that's kind of where the like that joke comes in. The Rabbit-Proof Fence is actually a really like intense movie about like a darker, like it touches on a darker part of like Australian history. Really good movie. I had to watch it like 4 times in high school, which sadly was the only way that the school decided to cover that section of history rather than talk about it in a more intense like way, which is a shame. But it like, I recommend the movie. Oh yeah, you saw that movie? Yeah. Like they just decided that our way of learning about like the White Australia policy was just to show this movie. Like the only way we could learn about this darker part of history, the loss of culture, the fact that at the time they still hadn't received like an apology for what happened, was just to watch this movie for like in 4 different years. I was like, I felt like because I've seen documentaries, like docu-series since then, that did a much better job of the same topic. That like went in depth with like their stories, that was really touched on a variety of people, was very like it had them talking directly, because this movie, like I don't know if it was done by someone, and it received a bunch of criticism at the time as well, because there was like it's all a complicated issue, honestly, but I don't know, I feel like there could have been a better way for them to just cover the issue in general. You know, give more of a backstory to the period of history. That's kind of the way I feel about a lot of history. I'm a history student and nerd, so I'm always very opinionated on the fact that things shouldn't be erased, they should be used as educational tools. And that, you know, things just aren't covered enough within history. In the US, schools don't teach about our history fairly. Yeah, it's like, I remember when I was a kid in the US and they were like teaching about like the Pilgrims, and I was just like, I came here, and so we teach about convicts and how this was a penal settlement, and it was essentially just like a place for them to send prisoners. And the US has a very similar history in parts, and that's part of it, the reason for its colonization was, in fact, to use it as a penal colony for a lot of people. Like, there was a lot of prisoners that were sent to the US. It's something that isn't talked about at all, really, when like history of the US is taught, and I'm like, huh, just casually skipping over that huge chunk of history. I mean, there's other parts that aren't really talked about either, but that's just one of them. It's like one example of like things that don't quite add up in like the way that they're taught. Mining! See, that's the other reason you get the mining farm, because then you level up mining. Just because the rocks are in your farm. I don't know. I could rant about it for a while. I did some really interesting history classes here in college. And there's so many people in my class who hadn't heard of these huge chunks of history. As a personal history nerd, I love learning about history, so I go out of my way sometimes to just like watch documentaries on different historical like topics, and to like research and read about things. I don't get as much time to do it as I used to, but I still like try to from time to time. And people in my class just like didn't know about these sections of important Australian history, which was a real shame. Because it was the year that I did like, there was history of Australia, there was history of slavery, and I also did one that was like the history of like genocide. And then I also did one that was like covering like funeral rites, like behavior around like mental illness, and like a couple other things like across history. fascinating courses, but a lot of people are like, why are you studying so many dark topics all at once? And I was like, yeah, because I find them fascinating. So, yeah. I'm gonna shop and see the new rods, yeah. Yeah, history is fascinating, but it's resulted in me being, like, more critical as a result. Like, I actually ended up doing my final essay in the genocide class on how the Atlantic slave trade should classify as a genocide. Because in actuality, in order to classify as a genocide, with the like Geneva, like the convention that covers like the points of what marks a genocide, you only need like 2 of them in order to classify, and the Atlantic slave trade actually covers like 5 of them. There's like 5 or 6 of them. So I was like, cool, yep. And apparently I'm not alone in thinking this. There's people who are higher authorities on this whole topic who've apparently all written like papers on it, and like there's like other people who have written material on it, and I'm like, yeah, that's what that is. And I'm like, yep, cool. So it's an actual accepted fact that among people that's what it is. You wish you could stick around, but gotta sleep now. Have a good rest of the day. It was super great. Yeah, it was great talking to you too. Maybe I'll like, hopefully I'll be able to catch one of your streams, because I think your streams are at a better hour in relation to like timing. So like, I hope to see you around, and I hope you have like a great sleep and a great rest of your day. So it was great to have you here and like have you around. Watering can. I really need to like make a well. Essentially, I think the next thing I need to make is a well. Just like up there, if I'm gonna keep making crops up there. Because if not, I'm gonna need to put something else there just to stop. Just because it's so far away. That, or I'm gonna need to move the crops down a level. I might have to move the crops down and make this like a tree farm area. So this might become my new tree farm. See you later. And I love the froggy emote for Lost Leaf. Okay. Kitty, come here. I'm gonna pet you. No, don't go away. You've been watered. But yeah, like I think one of the next things that I want to try and test out is like, because I like occasionally drawing pictures, I want to test out how well I can draw a picture. Like using this like tool of mine now, in relation with like Critic, because I know you can do like art and animation in it. So I'm not trying out animation just yet, but I do want to try out like doing some art in it. Okay, Dino. Okay, we're gonna take these because I think I have enough. I can do that. Okay, we're gonna leave 4 here. I'm gonna sell the rest. Gunther. Okay. So we're gonna do the traveling caravan. Then gonna deal with what's it? The museum. And after that, probably more fishing, because I really want to try and get the money together for like a coop. I don't want to be able to get a chicken yet because I won't have the money for a chicken, but I'll have like some of the money together for it, which is better than none of the money together for it. Okay, is there anything else up here? Ooh, more. Okie dokie, what is it? Is it a chicken? Nope, it's coal. It is definitely not a chicken. I kind of want another chicken statue. I'm not even gonna lie, because then I could have like chicken statues just casually around my farm. You know, who doesn't want like casual chicken statues? I know I do. Who's with me? Casual chickens? Yay? Nay? All the chickens? This is definitely a chicken friendly zone. I mean, it's not even like we eat the chickens. We just make their eggs into mayonnaise and then like sell it. So it's not too bad. I don't remember if I checked the traveling card on Friday. I don't think I checked the traveling card on Friday. I honestly think I was just like, peace. It was like kapoofed. Okay, so they've got that again. Caviar. Coconut. Do I still need a coconut? I'm gonna have to check with that one. Ooh, ancient seed. Never mind, buy coconut. Yeah, because the coconut needs 400. Do I need a coconut for the exotic one? Quality, artisan, connection, exotic. I mean, it would be helpful, but I don't technically need it once I get the... Because I'm gonna go with the mushroom farm. Like the mushroom cave. So that should knock out the 3 mushrooms. Once I go farming, I'll get a cave carrot easily enough because they're super easy to get. And I just have to make a tapper and stick it on one of the trees. That's all that needs to happen. I don't remember what season I have to put that in. I know I've got other music playing over the Stardew Valley music. But the Stardew Valley music is like, can I actually turn the music off in this? I might turn the music off in sound. Okay, so we're just gonna have the music from outside of the game, and we're gonna have the actual the sound effects from inside the game. Because as cheerful as like the animal, like you can do better than the Stardew Valley. Like the Stardew Valley music is good and everything, but it's not what I would call like let's bop to it, let's chill out with it. I wish that was an option in like Animal Crossing. You could turn the music off, but you could leave the sound effects on. I don't actually know if that's an option. I haven't looked, but you know, that doesn't sound like it'd be something that's an option. Hi, Lewis. I checked your trash already. What do you have to say for that? Nothing? Didn't think so. Thanks for playing. Good old Lewis. I'm kind of looking forward to the future when I can casually mess with Lewis. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you're in for a delightful surprise. For those of you who do know, I bet you're excited for the day when Lewis can be messed with. And I can't believe he took my, like, my things. Let's just buy 2 bait in here. And we'll sell these 2. Yeah. Voila! Dunzo. Oh yeah, I also need to make sure to leave room for the pillars. What are the pillars, you ask? Well, at a later point, there's these things called pillars you can build in the game, and if you touch them, automatically get sent to wherever that place is. There's also a thing called like the horse flute, I think. Really? Really? Why are you cleaning up my stuffs? I totally had a thing here before. Who was walking through here? Who? I want names. Okay? Names. I think I ended up having to leave it outside of the blacksmiths, because I think he was the only one that didn't try and clean up my sheds. So I might have to do a test. We might have to test and see where we can leave these things with just like casually testing out chests. Well, I wouldn't need the extra space if I didn't. What's his face hadn't removed the boxes left here to store stuff. Oh, stupid Lewis. Lewis, you're ruining my dreams. Hear that, Lewis? You made my list. A list of people who keep ruining my dreams by removing my boxes. Because that was 100 wood. It wasn't like it was a small amount of wood. It was a lot of wood. Might just sell some of these rocks because I don't need them. Gunther. Okay, fine. We'll just sell the ones that Gunther already, like, has. Okay, Gunther doesn't have that one. Has that one. Has that one. Doesn't have that one. Processed geodes. You can give me just like some copper or something. Oh, there must know about at least some of these. No, apparently not. See, this is the long way to do this. This is why you leave a box. You can just like dump all your stuff inside it and come back out when you've like processed everything. Okay, over here. Oh, I don't need a reward. I need bag space. Buddy, I need bag space. Is a reward money? Because if not, we don't need it. No. What are the rewards? Huh, Starfruit. Okay, never mind. I take it back. I take back all my like rejections of the plan. Okay, last two. Ooh. Yep. Yeppity yep yeppers. Okay. I'm gonna make another one. I'll put it out here. We're gonna check the lost and found again, cause maybe he'll have ended up in there by now. You never know. Maybe Lewis is willing to surprise us. I'm willing to be surprised by Lewis. We're trying. Lewis, come on, buddy. Nonsense. Nonsensical. Hey, Mario. Evelyn. How you doing, Evelyn? Sorry I don't have a tulip. It is a tragedy. I can't gift you today. You know what is even worse? Lewis. Lewis is worse. He keeps cleaning out my boxes. I don't need this kind of like random neighbor helpfulness. You know, we should go on the strike. You know, until he's like willing to bend to our ways. You know, we need boxes just everywhere. They weren't even like obtrusive boxes. They were just like off to the side boxes. He even cleaned one that was on the phone, like out in the middle of nowhere. What was he thinking? Madman. Recipe. Okay, learned. Is there anything I can do in the last couple of days? Tulip. Yep. Yeah, Lois. I'm up here. I know. You want to like go off on an adventure? I really hate when they clean stuff up because the boxes are so useful. You can like leave them there. They won't bug them. Means that you don't have to worry about it running out of pocket space. I know I'm just being salty right now. I'm just being salty he removed them. I understand that it's like his job to make sure the town's clean and well taken care of, because you know it's an election year. He's got to worry about what the people will say if he doesn't stand up for what he thinks needs to be done. All right, we're gonna make one more box. That's all I have for. Oh wait, I'll make two boxes because I need to replace both of those boxes. So we're gonna cut down another tree, and we're gonna make a second box, and we're gonna test out a different location at both of those locations, because I in fact do have chests that are there in other games, so I know it's possible. I'm fully aware it is possible for those to exist there. So it is just tomfoolery that I can't do it. Utter tomfoolery. But yeah, so I was watching I rewatch this every once in a while. The series is by Lindsay Ellis, I know that she's like, apparently she was canceled or something. I don't know anything about that really. I'm not what you would call an expert. Unless it ends up in like a series of places, I generally don't pay it much attention. Which is probably a bad habit, I know. I'm working on it, but like, there are worse things not to pay enough attention to. So Lewis, we're trying this again. I would greatly appreciate it if you would just like leave this crate alone, okay? Okay, apparently I've already spoken with him today. We're gonna give Pam a beer. Yeah, I realized that was basically all my money. I didn't realize until I'd just bought her the beer. I also didn't realize I could have bought the coconut with that. See, I told you, the tomfoolery. Tomfoolery confounds. Okay, we're gonna put one down over here. Alrighty, we're gonna put this there. Should be fine. No one will probably remove it. We're gonna find out soon enough. You know, only so much you can do. And then over here at the fishing post. Now, good place for this. This might be a good spot. Probably isn't. So we're gonna remove it. Because I'm pretty sure it would get taken out when the, like, different fairs come about. Let's try over here, maybe. Worst case scenario, by the time those fairs come around, I can make another chest because I'll have more wood. So I can always make more chests at that point. And be like, cool, no biggie. I just lost 50 wood. It's fine. Now, I love fishing in these kinds of games. It's probably the thing I always level up the most and first. Like, no matter what, it's most definitely the thing that I, like, aim for. Even, like, to be fair though, even when I don't aim for it, it's usually the unintended thing that happens. For example, in World of Warcraft, not a crafting game by any stretch of the imagination, but it has fishing in it. I mean, it's got crafting within it, like, you can craft, make stuff. Like, once you, like, get certain, like, skills. But I was just, like, casually... You do. Ooh. But yeah, like, even in WoW, I'll go about leveling up fishing first. I once spent, like, 12 hours inside this one area in World of Warcraft just to try and like, level up this one, like, level up the fishing, because it was, like, the quickest area for fishing. Plus, I had a chance of, like, running into a legendary, which is such a ridiculous reason, I suppose, for, like, choosing to like the randomest activity to, like, choose to do. But yeah, so I went with, like, the blackcurrant jelly cup instead of the strawberry jelly cup. I'll be the strawberry jelly cup is really good, but today seemed like a blackcurrant kind of a day. You know? You know those kinds of days where you're like, yeah, it's good, but I need, like, something with a bit more, like, zest, a bit different, you know, like, spice up the day, help refresh it. like erase all the weird bits from the day. Ooh, more bait. I really don't get why bait is like a treasure item. You're like, oh yeah, I'm fishing. Here's a treasure item, and then it's just like bait inside, and you're like, why did like I like when I think of like treasure chests, I don't think of fish bait. Like it's not what automatically comes to my mind, like when I see it, but half the time it is in fact the item I get, fish bait, which is fine. Like, you know, fish bait can be very useful in this game, whether it's like for farming for specific fish or like doing these kind of crab pots for a little bit of extra like bells each day. I say bells like like the gold coin pieces, like that little bit extra. Hey Elliot, how you doing? I think me and Elliot said hey earlier. I wonder if I have any friendship with any. Oh yeah, I have friendship with a couple people now. That's good. It's a good start. See, I'm kind of like the slow and steady friendship with each of these people. I kind of look at them the same as villagers. It's like if you talk to them once a day, you should be fine. Like it should be like a development that just comes about. You know? Not too hard, just hard enough. Okay, selling the fishies. Selling fishies today. I don't think I've sold one of those other things though. Okay, I'm gonna pick up this from in there. I don't need it in with the fishes. It's just gonna like confuse and combobulate me. I really like this like add to existing stacks button they added. Like with, I think it was the latest update or the update before that. Because it was just like, it was a pain in the butt because you'd always end up with stuff that like, you didn't necessarily, like it all ended up spread out across multiple like chests and you'd have to like figure out which was in which and which one you wanted in which. So you'd have to resort like half of your chests like every random, like every once in a while. So here's the question, whether I choose Rancher or Tiller. Normally I'll have like sheets and pages up with like the information for Stardew Valley, so I might just have to do that. Be like, hey, Stardew Wiki, which way should I go with the skill tree? Because I don't want to pick the wrong skill tree for like down the line being like, oh my god, I should have chosen another skill tree, because I don't think you can change your skill trees once it's like been decided. You know? Like I'm pretty sure whatever skill tree you end up with is like the one you're stuck with. Let's see. Incubation time couldn't have artisan go. Okay, we're gonna go with Tiller. Because I do plan to do the artisan things. The artisan goods one. Because even though I plan to have a lot of like barn and coop related things, I don't care as much about like coop time as one might think I would. But I think the next thing I'm gonna draw. Why am I fishing inside? So I think the next thing I'll end up drawing with like this tablet is probably gonna be like some sort of hype emote. Probably a hype emote and like a nom or a sip. So those would probably be the next ones that I end up doing with this like little drawing tablet I have, which are incidentally probably 3 of the harder like ones to do. But I'm gonna be right back. All right, it's just like a quick break. Hello, I'm back. I also casually knocked down like half a dozen games in the process, but it's okay. They're all here collected at my feet for me to pick up in a minute. We're just gonna stack these over here. I'll deal with them after. That's what I get for having so many games just stacked around me. I'm like, I need to sort and move them. It's just, it hasn't happened yet. Anyways, so I think, yeah, so we're nearly out of spring. I'm always surprised by like how quickly Stardew Valley goes, but I'm also like, I do spend a good chunk of the time also like chatting away. I do a lot of like what you could classify as like just chatting moments, I suppose. Like there's nothing wrong with it, it's just like, it's something I do. Okay. Forecast for tomorrow. It's going to rain on. Okay, cool. So today is. I just have to worry about today's thing. I think either tomorrow is the day the parsnips are done. It's a high possibility. So no, I think they have one more day. So I think tomorrow I'll be like, I don't have to worry about it because it's raining. So tomorrow I might try and aim to like go down into the mine. I know I was like, oh no, not the mine. Because I'm what you would call not a miner during like spring and summer of year 1 for the most part, because you don't really have a lot of energy you don't have as much time as you think you have. Before you have the horse and the mine carts, it's not like you can go anywhere super fast, so all of it like takes a minute, all of it takes a while. But like, you know, it's something you do have to consider. Like, hey, I'm gonna at least try and like do a couple of levels each season for winter where you do like the max amount of it. You're like, hey, I'm just gonna like knock it out of the park. Or like at least get down to like the gold levels. So that way you've got like at least 3/4 of the mine done. So then you've only got the last bit of the mine to complete during year 2. When you typically have more food and more stamina and more pocket space, honestly. That's what I think actually I think that's might be the thing I go for before the coop. Pocket space. I'm kind of split. How much is the coop? That's right, I'm glad I opened up the wiki. Because now I can look up how much the coop costs. So I know exactly how much I need to save. I was just guessing. I was just casually guessing. Okay, it's only 4,000, but 300 wood. Gosh darn it. That's a lot. Oh no. Oh, brother. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna probably. I think we're gonna end up going for bag space first. Interestingly enough, which isn't a bad thing, honestly. Okay, we can get down here. Excellent. It's Monday. And we're going to... What are we gonna do? Do we have any, like, tasks we have to get done? Bring Wally a Joja Cola. Okay. Let's go get the Joja Cola. Let's go get... Oh, yeah, the bait. Let's get the bait. Let's check on the, like... Let's check on the chests. And then maybe we'll go up into the mine. Even just for, like, a couple of levels. We might need some food. Because you don't go into the mine unprepared. We'll take 10 of these. 12 of them. Why is there wood in here? Okay. Casual wooden stuff in there. And Joja Cola. Joja Cola. Can you drink it? Joja Cola. I wouldn't recommend it. Joja Cola. It amuses me. I like the play on like Coca-Cola and how like, oh yeah, it's a monopoly. Coca-Cola really is a monopoly. Do you know how many things that they own? The stuff that they have like at their disposal? I sure do. Hey, why so serious? How you doing? How's your day been going? You been having a good day? I don't know, I saw you were streaming the other day. So, like, I hope your stream went well. Did you have a good one? Sorry to put you on the spot there. Okay, so we're gonna give Wiley his can. And then... Is it still here? Yes, it's still here. Excellent. I didn't bring any bait. Oh well, we know for the next time. Let's just buy 2 bait, because the last thing we need is to run out. Okay, we'll give Wiley his Joja Cola. Meh, day's not great. Stream went well. Thanks. How are you? How's stream going? Well, I had work, which kind of sucked. However, I've had like a pretty interesting / exciting stream. Like it isn't what you would call like super active, which is fine. I actually really like the like really chill ones where it's like we're chillaxing. which essentially is my like vibe. But like someone came by and like just dropped random subs. Like super lovely person. So glad they were here. Like I'm still like kind of shocked it happened. But yeah, they gave a couple like 5 people like subs, which was really nice. I didn't expect it at all. As someone who like knows how much that costs, I was like, oh, that's like a kindness I didn't expect today. But other than that, like the stream's been going well because I ended up just chatting for like the first hour, which not a surprise. I happen to enjoy just chatting. I just don't come and put myself in the just chatting stream. I was, however, in the game for Animal Crossing New Horizons for that entire hour, even though I thought I'd changed it to Stardew Valley. Yeah, it's shocking when people drop by and sub just around. Yeah, they followed and subbed all within like the same couple, and they hosted. So they did all 3. So we've had a couple of people like host, which was really cool, including like someone that I've like been in this visited the stream of, who's a really cool and like chill streamer. And they've got like Doritos in their name. So what's the words I'm looking for? Hosting is a cheap and good way to like support me without like having to put money out, and so I always appreciate when people do that. So like a couple people did that, and I was like, oh, that's really nice of you. But I decided today to do like a chill Stardew Valley stream because I'd been thinking about doing Animal Crossing, but I was like, no, you promised yourself today you'd do something that wasn't Animal Crossing. Because I love Animal Crossing, and I did accidentally start decorating on my island rather than like doing when I was on stream because I was spending too much time like near it. So like fenced off kind of the area that I have to like decorate because I'm like, no, you're not let in there. This is a you can't go in there zone. Yeah, bless them. Like they're lovely people, and they like people stop by and do that. I'm always just like, why? Well, thank you for like being like a lovely human today. I'm always shocked when people are just like, here's some bits, here's some subs. I'm just like, these people are nice. I know I've occasionally like dropped a sub, but I've never dropped more than 1. So I'm always shocked when people do that. Especially so in mine, because I'm like, I may have sub badges, but I sure don't have like emotes. There's not, apart from like ad-free viewing, there's not a lot to be subbing for. Which is why I'm like, I never expect anyone to sub to me. But it is nice for nice of them to have done that. Like really. Also, I got this like thing. So this is outside streaming, but related. I got this. It's an artist tablet. So I can I drew the sub badges myself. So I'm very proud. I like how they turned out. I might refine them again at a later point, but I really like how they're looking for the moment. And I do think, and I've done one emote. I'm like, I feel mixed about it. I like the look of it, but I'm also like the hand, so it's like waving high, but the hand looks really small, and I'm not sure it's fully visible the way I'd like it to be. So I'm like, at a later point, I might try and resubmit it, or like delete it and redo it. You never expect people to view watch you, but as of the last few streams, it's been popping off. And yay, artist tab. Yeah, artist tab. And yeah, I never expect people to watch me. The fact that as many people watch me as they do, I'm always like, oh, well, thanks for like stopping by and like checking me out. I know I like talk a lot, so maybe they just like me as like kind of a white noise while they're working on stuff. Because I think I get mostly like a section of lurkers, which, you know, is fine. I always appreciate the lurkers. I appreciate the lurk. I myself occasionally lurk in a couple people's streams. You know, it's all in the name of the game. Okay, we're going into the mine. What level have I gotten to? I've gotten to nowhere. Yeah, it makes it all worthwhile, and yeah, you swing by on Lurk Affair, but yeah, I mean, like, it's cool for, like, lurkers to stop by. I'm always just, like, amazed. Because you can see the lurkers in the tab, but they don't show up as, like, active viewers. So I'm always just like, oh, they're here. This is so nice of them. Okay, I'm moving this a tiny bit. We're moving it over like a slight square. Yeah, we're gonna put it there. Because it was bugging me that I couldn't see like the corner of my like webcam. You know those kinds of things where you're like, it doesn't really matter, but it matters to me. But yeah, like I always, there's some people that like I'm always like I surprise them by the fact that I'm like I'm lurking. So they'll see me in like the lurkers list sometimes. They're like, hey, you were here, and I was like, yeah, I was here the whole time. I just didn't like speak. So I was like, I didn't really want to like get in the way of like what you were doing, and unless there's like a greater reason for me to like talk, I normally don't. Alright, we gotta switch these around for like the mine. The mine requires a different like tools layout. Yeah, I think I saw you in mine. If you did, yeah, I was lurking just cash. I was like, hey. But I don't think I spoke. I was just like, I'm gonna lurk for a little bit. So I was a casual lurker, I think. You know, just lurking behind the scenes. Go away! Don't kill me! No. But yeah, another game I'm thinking of doing that I'm like, it'd be fun, but like, do I want to? It's not what I would call relaxing, is Hollow Knight. I'm like, it's done by a group of Australian, like, developers. And I love supporting, like, Australian, like, fellow Australians. Like, when they do stuff. But I'm also like, would it cause me to swear more than normal to a point where I'm like, I'm not okay with swearing that much on stream, because Hollow Knight makes me rage. Like, visibly rage. So I'm like, should I do that? Do I need to put people through that? Okay, there was nothing in that. Yeah, I get that. I tend not to make a point of saying hi to people who lurk, because I wouldn't want to feel I had to talk if I was busy, or didn't want to talk if it was the other way around. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've noticed, so the person who, like, I was talking about, who's a streamer who, like, is a cool streamer, they'd, like, stop by. I noticed them in, like, my lurks. Like, the other day, so I'd noticed that they're in my lurks along with a couple other people, so when I raided, a couple of them, like, followed the person I raided, and I was like, oh, so all of you guys were there, and you were here, and you were just, like, casual lurking, and I didn't call any of them out, because even though I love, like, I really appreciate and I love the energy they give off in their streams, I was like, I didn't want to put any of them on the spot, because I was like, I know what it's like to just want to lurk and just be, like, in the background and chill. So, I can appreciate, like, wanting to just be left a little bit alone and just be allowed to lurk. Because you don't, like, I understand there's people who, like, love calling out their lurkers and be like, hey, lurkers, wake up, and they'll do, like, sirens or, like, foghorns to wake up anyone who's sleeping, which, honestly, little rude. But there's those people who do that, and they're like, those are, like, not what I would call lurker-friendly streams. They're ones where it's like, you can lurk, but expect the streamers to, like, regularly call you out. Be like, hey, where you at? I see you all here, but you ain't chatting. Those ones I usually try to avoid them, but they're a certain kind of energy, so some people really like that kind of energy, and they're like, I'm lurking, come get me. Woo, mine time. Found my way to the bottom of the mine. Well, level 5. Because the like, Hero Adventurers Guild wouldn't let me in, because it was like, only seasoned adventurers welcome. I was like, oh, great, that means level 5 or level 10. Couldn't remember which one, like, the achievement thing was for. Yeah, you don't mind lurkers at the end of it. It's all, yeah, exactly, it's all support. Like, I know they're not counted in the, like, viewers. So when you have, like, the viewers cam, they don't count the lurkers and the viewers. They only count people who are, like, actively chatting or have been, like, actively doing stuff or whatever. I don't care. Like, support is support. You know? If you want to lurk and just like listen and support the streamer that way, like it's all good. As long as you're like enjoying yourself, that's what matters. Like there's no point lurking in a stream that you don't enjoy the content. But if you enjoy their content but you don't like, because some people don't feel comfortable like chatting out. Because I know one streamer who like I really like, and they lurk almost all the time. They don't really chat in like the streams they go into. They don't feel comfortable like chatting in them, and they don't really want the attention. And because they're not like a partner, they have like the purple tick, and so automatically they get more attention from like anyone that they're in the stream of. It's like kind of like it's kind of like a like a way to like signal them out of like, hey, you're a streamer too, because it's not like affiliates have like a little badge beside their thing of like, yeah, we're streamers. No, it's just like, so you know they typically lurk a lot more because they're like, no, the minute we speak up, you'll see the purple tick. They'll start to like be specifically talking and asking them stuff, and like it'll no longer be like a lurk. It'll be like a you have to participate and be there. Which kind of sucks, honestly. Like, if they're there and they want to lurk, well, like they should be allowed to. So yeah. Rant about that over. I'm just taking these. Yeah, no worries. You go get your foods. I'm just stealing the mine's like lighting system. Yuki. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay. Time to leave mine. Not even going down, we're just going up. Leaving Z. Put anything here? No, I didn't. Good. Good. Yep, I definitely need more lighting. I'm gonna make a bunch of those candles and just put them all over the town. They're great lighting, and I'm tired of just stumbling around in the dark. Okay, drop. I'm gonna take this. Is it there? Sleepsies. Nope. What thing is it? Okay. That's fine. Cool. Look at all of that later. question now. Let's see. See if I can add a thing here while I'm here. Image, no. Image, Source. Not a new one. See this? This here will be. We're gonna just take that down a peg. Selector. So that there is the amount that I've submitted to Twitch. So they're gonna get back to me with it. I know it takes between 3 days to like a week and a half, depending on how many you submit at once. I submitted 1. However, I'm gonna try and make a bunch more and submit all of them. This one took me. It would have been like an hour and a half, but that's because I like remade it a couple times because I wasn't happy with how it was turning out. So I ended up going and watching some tutorials on like color shading and like watching some people make chibi style emotes themselves. So I know that like mine isn't like perfect chibi, but I kind of like how this one's kind of turned out. I know my other ones will like end up looking a little different, but this is like my first one. So I'm pretty happy with like where it's at. And I thought even if I end up removing it as like an emote, I might just leave it as like a part of my overlay. So I think I'll always have it on like the opposing side to me. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So when I'm over here, it'll be over there. You know, I thought it was a cute little idea. I don't know. Maybe it's a little silly. So yeah. While I'm here, I just thought I'm not in that one. Yeah, so I finally undid the follower goal. So that's why I'm gonna stay down here, because it's like it's been removed. Because I'm at the follower goal. There was 44 days left to go for me to get it. Achieved it. So I'm like, okay, cool. No longer need that follower goal down there. So I might change to like just chatting, because I'm like, I'm kind of done with like Stardew for the minute. Alright. Just chatting. Excellent. Updated the info. So no longer need the Elgato voice. So I hope you've all been having like good day. I know that I spent like the first hour just casually doing like just chatting anyways, but I thought, you know, let's chillax and do this. I'm still like figuring out if I want to like do a different game in the like last hour. Just exit that. You know, like doing like a casual, some other kind of casual, like little indie. So like the thoughts were occasionally on like doing like a Super Nintendo or Nintendo Entertainment game, because I haven't played either of those like ever. I'm just hoping to have like a look. Let's have like while we're here, let's have a look at these ones, because I haven't checked them out in a while. Yeah, we'll close Stardew. But yeah, I think I'm gonna add that little bear into all my overlays. My like first emote, because I'm fairly proud of her. Albeit the hand is a little small, but she like once she gets approved, I'm super excited. Next, cool. Because I didn't play any of these games like growing up. Well, that is frozen. Alright, we'll try again. Yeah, like I don't have anything against like. Okay, cool. I don't know what most of these games are. Oh man, Night Squad, Fire and Ice. What the hell is that? Yeah, so I didn't grow up with an SNES or an NES. Like I never did. So I'm like, do I want to like make it to the last hour of stream, or like last half hour, like a wind down is just testing out part of one of these like. What does SP special even mean? I don't know what this means. Just like whether or not I should play one of these every time I do like the last half hour of stream. Because I've never played any of these, but I'm like, are any of the games good? I've heard, like, I do eventually want to play Metroid. Because like Super Metroid, the new Metroid game is coming out. So like that's cool and everything. And then here's the SNES. So I didn't play any of these. I don't grant. My first Nintendo system was the Game Boy. I didn't own a lot of Game Boy games. I had like Pokemon, a couple Powerpuff Girl games, a couple of other random ones, and like Hamtaro, Ham Heartbreak. As you can see, I come into this app very often. Is that Super Mario All-Stars? I'm so confused. Genuinely confused. Yeah, because I remember over the past, I'd say like year-ish, people have been complaining about the games they've released for these, like this stuff. Like they've been complaining about what's been like put out for like these new these systems, because they're like, oh, why couldn't they do something like I don't know, but people are like complaining about the games because some of them are like super random, apparently, that no one had ever heard of. But I'm like, some of it comes down to licensing. Like they have to be able to get the licensing for these games, you know. So obviously they own the licensing for the Nintendo ones. But there's some of them that they just like obviously they can't get the licensing for them. So why would they bother trying to like trying to get any of these? Like they're limited by the fact that they only have a certain amount of licensing. So obviously certain games will probably never come into these systems and people are like, oh my god, those are the best games ever. Like I wish I had those. Like obviously they're not gonna get them. Cause like, you know, not an option. Oh wait, I wanted to do the thing. So see, paste. She's here. She's come with us. Hey. Cause I removed. That's right, I removed chat box. Where did I put it? So we're gonna edit this a second. Cause I'm like, I realized that like I hid chat box. I removed the ability to see people, like, chat with me. Because I couldn't figure out how to move it, and it was the middle of nowhere. And I was just like, nope, not happening. Oh, man. Okay. I just need to move it over here. Move it down. We'll put it behind high alert. Okay. Think that's worked. Oh, good. I think organized it properly. We will find out. But yeah, so essentially when I got this tablet, I'm going to talk about the tablet. I know I've been talking about the tablet on and off for a while now, but honestly, this tablet is so cool. Like, I can't help it. I can't help wanting to talk about the tablet. So when I opened it, it came with the most annoying plastic ever. Okay, so you open it, and it's like, it's sitting in here, and the pen's in there, and it's got the charge, like the cable that connects it. So I leave it connected to the PC, because I'm like, the hell am I figuring out Bluetooth today? So like, it's connected, it's beautiful. So I really love it. I can't help it. And it's just, I've used it so much already to like figure out some things. So I'm actually gonna show you like a thing for the just chatting, because you know, why not? What else is in here? Like, I forgot what else I pushed in here. So I pushed in here this, because I couldn't be bothered like opening it to like push the instructions back in, because I'm a special one. But it came like with like these like programs. So essentially the way you got to choose was like, you got one of them for 2 years, the like Clip Pro Paint. Then the other two you had, it was like a 90-day trial. So I really need to open up the Clip Pro Paint one. And then like add, yeah, it's the Clip Studio. And just add the license thing. Just cause like, I haven't used it before and I'm kind of curious about it. I'm like, it's a 2-year trial, I may as well try it out. However, I really love Krita. Like, Krita's really good. It's really, it's what I would call basic, I suppose, with like, it looks very similar to the other one, but I think there's probably some stuff that the other ones have that this one might not have. I don't know, because I haven't used both of them, and I really want to watch a lot more tutorials on like everything that makes up Krita, so that way I have like a good comparison between the two. I actually plan on making a review on this pad and on Krita, because the thing is, it's a thing you have to like search for. And I'm like, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, you gotta use Photoshop, oh yeah, Clip Studio, but Krita is free. Sure, you gotta like go in individual. You can get a paid version from your like computer, but the paid version basically just means that like they'll update it for you. You don't have to go back into the website and re-download it when there's a new one available. That's essentially what that comes down to. That's essentially what that means. So like, there's not a ton of difference, but I'm going to show you a thing. What was I doing? Image. So I'm just going to show you these badges, because I put a lot of time into them, and so I'm just going to show you like what I was talking about and in relation to these. So yes, this is it. Open Sesame. So that's one of them. So I think I'm just gonna put those on the bottom, because they're really cute and I'm very proud of them. And this way, like when I'm doing just chatting, people can see them. I know that this is a random thing for me to be doing right now while I'm talking with you guys, but I thought you might like enjoy seeing what the thing that I most recently made is. I understand like probably not your favorite like activity to do. You know, we're here just chatting and just chilling. And it doesn't hurt for you guys to like see what I mean about like that I think they're really cute and that I think I did a fairly decent job with them. And I wanted to share them now that they like exist. And most people aren't gonna like get these people aren't gonna get them anytime soon. Not just because I only have like, I think it's now like 8 subs. I think it's 8. I'm pretty sure it's 8 now. I'm nearly at 10. If I get 15, I have to come up with another emote. I'm like, okay, well I can plan for it, but I don't think it's happening. Like it'd be cool if it did, but I'm also like, let's just go with the flow. You know? Chill with the people. Here it is. As you can see, they're all kind of food plus bear. Because I've made this the bear cave, and so obviously every single sub badge has to be bear related. Like, what would I be doing if I wasn't doing like bear related? Yes. Name. Accidentally naming 2 things exactly the same. Way to go, me. So, those are the ones I've made, I think, so far. Do I have one more? Let me have a look. I think I might have one more. Browse. Yeah. Remove. Okay. So, these here, they're the sub badges. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna like, just for the just chatting screen, I'm gonna put them down here. And I might have a reward that I add in that's like not enough bears. So I might add like a bear, but I'm thinking I'm more leaning towards like not enough gnomes. But look how well I think they turned out. I don't know. It's like maybe I'm just hungry, because some combination between like I'm always hungry and like these super cute badges. I might eventually make them into stickers, because I know you can like put up like merch sites from Stream Elements and they'll like make stuff into stickers. So I'm like, if I'm gonna make anything into stickers, it'll be these things here. But yeah, so like I think they all turned out fairly well. I'm especially proud of the emote over here. This way. And it all came out of this pad. And me of course. So I'm like, even if one of the things over there I make doesn't end up as an emote, I might make it just a thing that I put on stream along here. Just to like show off the art that I'm making as I'm making it, even if it doesn't end up in stream. Like it end up as an emote or a badge or anything. Yeah, I'm like, I'm very much in love with like these emotes and stuff. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know if it's like, it's just a cool like outlet for me or what, but like I seriously enjoy the creativity like it gives me. Bum bum. So yeah, like I'm casually like I'm casually and really seriously enjoying having this new like pad, even though like I know I have a lot of work to do before I improve enough in like the kind of streaming I want to do, you know? I'm working on it. It's a development. It's kind of like I want to get better at like talking with you guys. Just I think I'm doing pretty well so far, but I'm trying to like work on making sure that I'm entertaining. I know that like part of this is like we're entertainment. We're here for like you. Like I was recently watching someone like go through the true crime docu-series they've been watching. I don't remember, if you remember, there's like a Netflix series that was done, and it was like Chris Watts, I think, and he was basically a family annihilator. Family annihilators, by the way, are like typically men who just like wipe out their whole family because they're like, if I can't have them, no one can. They have the most of the ones I know about like happen in like England and the US, and a section of them are like the ones that I've seen, not all. Don't get me twisted, but the ones that I've seen like on YouTube that were talked about and on Netflix that were talked about, a lot of them are like they're from very different backgrounds. So like that was always interesting. Hey Lorenzo Capone5, how are you doing? How's your night going? What do you think of the badges down here? I'm trying them out as like on stream. I might move them over a little bit so they're not all just like clumped. Yes. Move you over a tiny bit more. So, how are you doing? How's your evening or morning going? Nothing much. Just like I was chilling. I was playing some Stardew Valley a little bit ago. But I'm just like, you know what? Let's do a little just chatting, because I know that I've got to probably wrap up soon. And so I was like, I just want to chat with people while I like chill out and show off these, because I put far too much work, like so much time into them. I know that this one here is a little like holographic-y. I'm like, I didn't intend to make it that way, but I guess that's what happens when you don't fully color in something. So, yeah. Oh, I'm from Australia. So it's like 1 a.m. now. Which is hence why I'm like, yeah, I should probably wrap it up. So I'm probably gonna look at finding someone to raid, because like I want to pass on new people to someone, lovely. So I'm looking at a couple of categories that I usually raid into. But as we were in Stardew Valley, I'm more likely to go with one of two categories. So either Stardew or Animal Crossing, because I typically do a lot of Animal Crossing. So I'm kind of curious if anyone I know is actually live at the moment. If, out of like a greater curiosity. Let's see. But, where are you from? You having fun with your day? Is it a good day for you? You enjoying, your time? You enjoying the chill? I don't know what I mean by like the chill. I mean like your evening, morning, or night. And like the relaxing, like chillness that you have with your day. No, her. She's an option. You're from Italy, you're just oh cool. I don't know what time it is in Italy at the moment. It's probably still probably till Tuesday, I imagine. I assume it's still Tuesday. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that one. She's only been going. Yeah, she's still going. Cool. So 4 p.m. Oh wow. Oh, that's cool. I see you're partway through your day. Essentially. You must be pretty jazzed. I don't think you guys are in lockdown at the moment, are you? So you must be like enjoying being out and about with like summer. Or not summer. It'd be It's winter here, so spring. So you'd be enjoying like summer to like summer going into spring, because we're going into spring here. I'm not good with the seasons, like the reverse. So winter is summer, spring is us. You'd be going into autumn. Got there. I got there in the end. I'm a smart cookie. I knew it. Oh. But yeah. I'm going to like now raid her. If you want to like copy the raid message and join with me, that'd be like really appreciated. If not, I understand. I appreciate like the lurk and anyone who just wants to like lurk and chill, but I wanted to pass anyone on who wants to still relax and like enjoy the, you know, the chill AC, like the chill Stardew vibes, because she's still playing Stardew Valley. Sorry, but you can always join the raid with us and like copy it over. We're going to Celeste Star, who was also playing Stardew Valley, and I went for 5.5 hours. Okay, it was really fun, and I'm glad everyone came and was here and celebrated with me. And someone came in and gifted subs, and like they're an amazing human, so I appreciate the support so much. But I know that I need to be like strict with myself by like going to bed, setting a bedtime, logging off. And these are like the badges I made, so I'm happy I can like share them, and I'm gonna leave them here on the screen. I'm gonna probably move them over if I like, but yeah, like I hope you give her like a warm welcome, and like that we all like go in there and say hey and be like, hey. Don't give me an ad.
Hello, Raiders! How is your stream? And is it rock socks? Is that how I say it? I don't know. I'm so sorry. So much for your work. Thank you. Lucky while I start up my stream. You too. Okay, awesome. Welcome in, my name is Celeste. I like to stream Animal Crossing, Stardew, and The Sims has been also incorporated. So that's really fun. And thank you again for coming in and choosing to bring your community over here. Love that. Playing Stardew Valley, it was really fun getting back into it. Ooh, very chill. Are you like starting a new farm, so like year 1, or are you like going back into another farm? It looks like my bright star bot needs a sub. Poor thing. I love a good chill stream. This is my first stream back since I took a few days off because I had my mother-in-law in town. So yeah, just chilling. Feels good. I started the farm in March or April before I took a break, so I was getting back into my farm I abandoned. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, good for you. Okay.